A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Well, Cokies came in last night and reminded Mr. Race and Jane that it was 2 years ago this week they adopted him. He now wants to pay a visit to the orphanage and throw a party for his former orphan friends there, just to show them how well he's done, and that there's a chance for them, too. Jane immediately took charge of the plan. This episode takes place the next morning in P1820, Mr. Race's office, and then to the office at the orphanage. But first to Mr. Race. Cokie enters. Listen.
Good morning, Uncle Ace.
Oh, hello, Cokie. What brings you down here this morning?
Is Mother here yet?
No, Mother isn't here yet. Why, is she supposed to be?
Oh, yeah, she told me to meet her here at 10:30. It's about the party I'm going to throw for the kids at the orphanage. She's going over there today to arrange everything.
Oh, I see. She's taking that over now.
What?
I say she's taking charge of that, has she?
Yeah, she has.
You don't seem any too happy over it either.
Well, you see, Uncle Ace, it's on the kind of party she thinks I ought to throw. I think it ought to be good sandwiches and pop. And things to play with for the littler kids. And me driving up there in a car. That's the main thing, driving up there in a car. How's about it, Uncle Ace? You better let me use the car?
Well, we'll see about that later. But what did you say? You think it ought to be sandwiches and pop?
Yeah, but she wants to make it fancy. You know, soup.
Oh, yeah, soup.
And entertainment.
Oh, and entertainment.
Me making a speech. I don't know how to make a speech. What I want most is just to drive up there in that big car. How's about it, Uncle Ace?
The car is very important, I suppose.
Oh, sure. You see, I've been out of there 2 years. I want to come back successful.
Oh.
Like some of the other fellas used to come back when I was there. Gee, when I used to see them drive up in their car, we all used to wonder if we'd ever have a car to come back and throw a party someday. And we used to say, if they can, we can. And now when they see me, they'll think they can. It gets awful lonesome there sometimes, Uncle Ace. A thing like this, well, it gives them all something to hope for.
Oh, I see.
And besides, I made a bet with one of the kids up there that someday I'd drive up in a big car.
Oh, you made a bet?
Yeah, I made a bet with Slapstick.
Oh, I see. And now you want to drive up and collect the bet, is that it?
Oh, no, I don't want to collect it. I only bet him $1 million.
Oh, only $1 million?
Oh, you know how you do.
Oh, yes, sure. Let's see now, what will we say? Oh, yes, you say the idea in driving up in the car is to show the kids back there how well you've done.
Yeah.
Well, do you really think you've done that well?
Hi, boy. He's bouncing that dance pool. Well, last year I was only one of the assistant bouncers. They made me chief, Uncle Ace.
Yes, I know, but how much money
I got 2 bouncers working under me. I don't even have to bounce very much. Only the real tough ones. I stand around mostly in my tuxedo.
Yes, but how much, tuxedo?
Yeah, I got a tuxedo. I'm going to wear it when I drive in the car.
You're going to wear the wait a minute, this party, is it going to be given at night?
Oh, no, it's lunch.
Oh, a sort of a formal lunch.
Oh, yeah, I guess all the kids will be wearing their ties.
Their ties?
Oh, sure. Mrs. Duffy always used to make us dress up on a special occasion like that. I can just see him when I walk in, all standing there in a line. I guess there'll be some new ones, too. But it's been 2 years since
Good morning, everybody.
Oh, hello, Mother.
Hello.
Hello, Jane.
Oh, dear, this is a surprise.
Surprise seeing me in my own office?
Oh, I'm just making conversation.
Oh,
Well, enough of that. Now let's get right down to business. Is the car downstairs here?
yes, it's...
Oh, that's good, because I'm going to drive out to Welfare Orphanage this morning.
Oh, you do, right?
Huh?
Nothing. Don't mind me if you need the car.
Uncle Ace says I can use it when I throw the party next week.
Oh, that's fine, Cokie. Say thanks.
Thanks, Uncle Ace.
Hey, you're welcome, dear.
Oh, you're welcome.
Now, about the party, Cokie, here's what I thought. First, I'm going out to have a talk with Mrs. Duffy. I remember her. She was so sweet when I first came to see about adopting somebody that time.
Oh, yes. She's awful sweet.
Yes. Well, I'm going to have a talk with her about how many orphans there are and try to figure out how much it's all going to cost.
Oh, I got the money all saved up for it, Mother.
How much have you got?
$20?
$20?
You're going to throw a party with $20?
Well, what kind of a party I was thinking about throwing, I can. Sandwiches don't cost much. There's only about 50 kids there. 2 sandwiches and a bottle of pop apiece. That only takes...
Cokie, there'll be no sandwiches. Didn't I tell you to stop talking about sandwiches?
Yeah, Mother, but I want to have
Cokie,
it...
Mother knows best. There'll be no sandwiches for children. They'll have to have something warm and celery and things. Things with vitaphone. Children have to eat the right thing.
But the parties we used to have there...
I don't care. Yours is going to be different. And there's going to be a little entertainment. And you're going to make a speech.
Oh, gee.
Cokie is OG. And stop frowning. Mother knows that.
Yeah, maybe Mother knows just how she's going to make $20 go for a whole meal with soup and vitaphone.
I'll worry about that, dear. Now, you just
yeah.
leave it to me. I'm going over now and have a talk with Mrs. Duffy. She'll know what's best.
Mrs. Duffy will tell you just sandwiches.
Oh, she will not. She'll say just like I do, that children need good food. Now, don't worry about that part. Give me the keys to the car, dear.
All right, dear, but why do you have to complicate matters this way? Jane, you just want to throw a little sandwich and pop party for the kids, and you have...
Dear, not in front of HIM.
That's all I want to do, Mother. Just drive up in a car with sandwiches and pop and a few presents for the littler kids.
There you see, dear. I hope you're satisfied.
Oh.
Now, you just leave everything to me, Cokie. Where's the car, dear?
Over in the parking lot where it always is.
I'll see you later, Cokie, after I talk to Mrs. Duffy. I hope you do.
Emma, how about this soap? Do we have to spend this much money on soap for those kids?
That's the cheapest I could buy.
Well, we've got to cut expenses down somewhere. We're not making enough out of it to suit me.
Oh, we ain't doing so bad. It's hard to cut down anywhere else. I cut down the kitchen with almost nothing. Got to make some kind of a story. Can't starve them.
I know. It's just that we've got to make as much out of this job as quick as we can. It's going to be too bad if it ever leaks out.
Oh, they haven't anything on us.
No, nothing legal.
And what are you worrying about? We've only been here a year. If we ever even talk about an inspection, it takes them another year to make up their minds. For that time, it won't matter.
Yes, I guess you're right. Only I've got to watch every penny if we want to get enough out of this to buy that farm. Now you take this soap business. I think we could get...
Oh, which brat is that now? Who is it?
Who's there?
Who?
One of the kids. Emma, hurry, open up. Oh, wait a minute. Wait till I get these bills put away.
Just a second, please.
Okay, open.
Oh, I was looking for Mrs. Duffy.
Well, she ain't here anymore.
Oh, she ain't?
Nope, hasn't been here in a year.
Oh, I didn't know she was.
Thinking of adopting a child?
Oh, no, I adopted one 2 years ago.
Well, if you're thinking of returning them, you can't do it. We're overcrowded now.
Oh, no, it's not that. It's just that... Well, I wonder if you ever heard of him. Cokie?
Who?
Cokie. Mrs. Duffy would know him in a minute. He was his favorite, and vice versa. She was an awfully sweet old lady. Where did she go? Did she just sit there?
No, they let her out.
Oh, they did?
Yes. There wasn't enough discipline around here when she had this place. She was making a playground out of it.
Oh, but they all liked her so much.
Yes, I know, Mrs.
Mrs. Ace.
You see, Mrs. Ace, welfare orphanage is run by private subscription, and the subscribers object to making up deficits every year. That's what Mrs. Duffy was having. Well, there haven't been any deficits since we took it over. My wife and me.
Oh. Well, what I came about, I guess it doesn't matter who's here or not. You see, Cokie wanted to give a party for the children who used to know here.
Party?
Yes.
What kind of a party?
Well, I guess you'd call it an anniversary or something. It'll be 2 years next week that we adopted him. And he always wanted to drive up in his car and throw a party for the children. He knows a lot of them that are here, and even for the new ones he'd like to get it.
Not interested.
We haven't got the facilities for party, Mrs.
Oh,
Ace.
I'll cook everything, and we'll bring it over. The only thing I wanted to arrange was for the entertainment, and maybe some singing in honor of Cokie, you know, things like that.
Not interested.
Just a second, Emma. Now, Mrs. Ace, this boy you adopted, he's got his mind set on this party.
Oh, yes, it's all he talked about.
Well, I'll tell you what we can do.
Yes.
We can rent to the banquet room for $25. Rent to the banquet room and playroom. Oh, we don't use it much these days. Just have it cleaned up and washed. And rent it to you for the party for $25.
Oh, I didn't know we'd have to rent it. That's a lot of money.
That's the only way we can do it, Mrs. Ace.
Yeah? Yeah. Well, I'll be right there. Come on, Emma. Those kids are fighting again in the laundry.
They are? Well, I'll show them.
I bet that redhead started. Something's got to be done about her. Wait here, Mrs. A.
Yes, sir. I'll just sit here, I guess. Isn't it disgusting? Hey, lady. Oh, goodness, girl, you scared me. Listen, I gotta talk fast. I'm not a regular orphan. I'm sorry. My father and mother had a lot of money. They buried it. Here, take this paper. It tells you just where it is. Will you find for me, please? What? I got the directions written down there and everything. But you gotta promise you won't tell a soul. Well, I won't. What is it? Take an oath. Beg pardon? Raise your right hand. What is this, a hold-up? No, I want you to swear not to tell a soul. Just follow the directions on that paper I give you. My mother and father buried a lot of money. It shows you where on that paper. Pick it up, then come back and get me out of here, and we'll split it. Money? Uh-huh. Now, not a word to anybody, do you hear? I won't. Oh, where is it? You'll find it on that paper. I gotta hurry now. They'll be back. I'm trusting you, lady. You won't double-cross me, will you? No, but See, I knew I'd find somebody someday. Don't forget, I'm gonna get me out of here, and you get half the money. I'll get half. Good luck. But wait, though, girl, I don't... I'll get half? Let me see, what is this? Buried treasure of Myrna Walter, 2 miles out on the state highway, then turn left at the next...
Well, Mrs. A.
Oh, you scared me.
Have you thought it over?
Yes, I'll do it if I can find it.
You what?
I said if I... the banquet, you mean. $25, you say?
Yes, not a cent less. Now, don't try to bargain with me, Mrs. A.
Oh, no, it's all right. I don't care about expenses. Easy come, easy go.
I'd like to have it now, in advance.
Oh, no? Well, right now I haven't got it, but I expect to have it.
Well, you dig it up and we'll make the arrangements.
Yes, I'll dig it up. What do you mean dig it up?
Just get the money here, Mrs. A. Cash on the line.
Oh, yeah, I will.
Leave it to Jane to start out arranging a harmless little party for Cokie and to wind up with some startling developments. Just how it does develop, we learn when next we meet the Easy
The Jell-O program, starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with The Knot Was Tied and then Sonata, played by the orchestra. The birthstone for May, the emerald, is a jewel that is said to bring real contentment. And the same thing is true, ladies and gentlemen, of that perfect jewel of a dessert, Jell-O. For there's nothing like a grand meal topped off with the rich, shimmering mold of Jell-O to put a person at peace with the world. Jell-O's beautiful jewel-like colors hold the promise of true enjoyment, a promise that is always fulfilled by Jell-O's delightful goodness. You'll find in Jell-O a new dessert flavor that comes from Jell-O's superb flavor. A flavor as refreshing as the juicy, ripe fruit itself. And you'll be pleasantly surprised to discover how easy Jell-O is to prepare, because it dissolves instantly even in lukewarm water and sets as quick as a wink. So try Jell-O tomorrow, friends, in any of Jell-O's 6 delicious flavors: strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, or lime. And by the way, the next time you try strawberry, raspberry, or cherry Jell-O, just notice how much better they are than they've ever been before. Each has a new, improved flavor obtained by using a natural flavor base artificially enhanced. And the result is something really swell. A rich, unique goodness that you get only in genuine Jell-O. Try a colorful mold of bright, tempting Jell-O tomorrow. That was The Knot Was Tied and then Sonata, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as we mentioned last week, Jack Benny has started production on his new picture, Charley's Aunt, in which he masquerades as a woman. So without further ado, let us eavesdrop on Jack's dressing room at 20th Century Fox Studio, where he's getting ready to go on the set. Take it away.
Now, Rochester, hurry up. I want that corset pulled tighter.
I'm pulling, boss.
Ooh, you don't have to put your knee in my back. What's the matter with you? You've been half an hour getting me dressed.
Well, boss, I'm not used to women's clothes. What you need is a maid.
I don't need a maid. Just use your head, that's all. You ought to know that my pantaloons go under my petticoat. Now, let's see. Hand me my wig.
Old Faithful or the one you wear in the picture?
The one I wear in the picture, with the curls on it. I want to be all dressed in my costume by the time the gang gets here. They're coming over to watch me shoot.
Here you are, boss.
Thanks. Darn it, these curls always get in my eyes. Oh, well, I'll just have to peek through them.
According to the blueprint here, you got it on backwards.
Backwards? Obviously. Well, how do I know about this stuff? Oh, by the way, Mr. Carnigal, you're supposed to be my makeup man, and all you do is sit in the corner and stare at me. Why don't you get started?
Well, frankly, I don't know where to begin.
Oh, you don't? Well, let me tell you something. My makeup man at Paramount never had any trouble. He used to make me look good.
I know. The whole industry's talking about it.
Oh, don't be smart. Now get over here and make me up, or I'll tell Mr. Zanuck on you. He's the head of the studio, and I play polo with him every Saturday.
Will you please hold still?
Hold still.
Now, close your eyes. I want to glue your eyelashes on.
Oh, all right. Get going. What's that?
I did it again, boss. I caught another mouse.
Rochester, how many times do I have to tell you that's not a mouse trap? That's a bustle. The idea.
A bustle?
Yes.
Okay, I'll take the keys out.
Take everything out. I have to put it on in a few minutes. There, that's fine. What are you talking about? You've got the lashes on my lower lid. I look like I'm peeking over a head. A fine thing.
Oh, nobody will notice it.
They will, too. Now paint my lips on, will you, please? And I'll give you a hint. They go horizontal, not vertical. What a makeup man. Come in. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. Well, get a load of those eyelashes. You look like you're peeking over a head.
You see? You see? I told you. Now put them where they belong, Mr. Carnigal.
Oh, very well.
What a dodo. You think you know everything, don't you?
If you didn't remind me of my mother, I'd punch you right in the nose.
Oh, yeah? Mary, hold my dress. I'll show him.
Now, Jack, be careful. He's got much longer fingernails than you have.
What do I care? Sit down, Mary.
Oh, say, Jack, here's that pair of earrings you wanted to borrow.
Thanks. Well, what do you know? I gave you these earrings for Christmas, didn't I?
Yeah, one in 39 and one in 40.
Well, they're very expensive. Oh, Rochester.
Yes, ma'am.
Stop with that yes, ma'am. Rochester, as soon as the picture is over, remind me to return these gold earrings to Miss Livingston.
Don't ever drop them in spinach. You'll never find them.
That green is antique, and we'll get a better gag later. Now, Mr. Carnigal. Now, Mr. Carnigal, will you please finish making me up? After all, I'm not supposed to be Betty Grable. In the first place...
Hey, Jack, look who's on the horse.
It's Mr. Zanuck. Hello, Mr. Zanuck.
Hi-ho,
See, isn't that a beautiful horse, Mary? She keeps it right here on the lot.
You ought to know, eh, Jack?
Mary, if you mention one word about that to anybody, you'll get yours. Say, Rochester, run over to the set and ask the director how soon he'll leave me.
Yes, sir. Oh, say, boss, can I put in a word for myself?
Rochester, I've already explained to you that you're not going to be in this picture. You're out of it.
Well, don't look for a long run on Central Avenue.
They'll like it, don't worry. Now get over that set.
Okay. Here's Mr. Wilson and Mr. Day, boss.
Oh, hello, Don, Dennis.
Oh, hello, Jack. Hi, Larry. How are you today?
Well, what do you think of me, boys?
Oh, you're pretty as a picture, Jack.
Mr. Benny, what are you wearing a dress for?
Well, Dennis, in the picture, Charlie's aunt, I'm Charlie's aunt.
Oh. Well, why doesn't Charlie have an aunt that's a woman?
Well, he has got an aunt that's a woman, but I'm his aunt that's a man. I mean, when his real aunt doesn't show up, I'm the aunt that takes his aunt's place. Do you understand?
Who, me?
Who the heck do you think I'm talking to? Sit down, Dennis. I'll explain it to you later.
Hey, Jack, it's a pretty swell dressing room we've got here. Beautifully furnished, isn't it?
Yes, Don. Frigidaire, shower, bath, and everything.
Oh, boy, a shower.
Certainly is lovely, Jack, but what's that pitchfork doing in the corner?
Mary. Yes, Don, it is lovely. This is about the swankiest dressing room on the lot.
But what about that pitchfork?
Oh, that.
There's a clause in Jack's contract. He's got to take care of Mrs. Zanuck's horse.
Never mind.
Why, I never heard of such a thing.
Well, you see, Don, I have what is known as an actor stable boy contract. See, they have a lot of those two-way agreements. See, mine is like a producer-director contract. Only
you're in there pitching.
Well, it's more or less of a personal favor, so I don't mind. Of course, I could kill my agent. Oh, well.
There we are, Mr. Benny. You're all made up.
Thanks. I'll see you on the set.
Okay. Bring your pitchfork, you little devil.
Get out of here. I have to put up with that guy every morning. But at that, I do look cute in this outfit, don't I?
You certainly do, Jack.
You know, I think these curls are just the right touch. Hey, listen to that. Who's taking a shower?
It must be Dennis. He went in there.
Oh, well, I'll be darned. I hope the kid didn't forget to take his clothes off.
I'll bet 8 to 1 he sings.
Well, naturally, all tenors sing in the shower. Sing, Dennis. You know, I think these curls add just the right touch to my face. Hey, give it a soft out.
Do you believe in love? I never did before, but now I do. Till you came along, I never would believe love could make me feel just the way I do. Always was immune to summer nights in June, but when I looked at you, I knew it must be true. I do you believe in love? I never did before, but now I do. Whenever you're near me, I thrill with happiness. And if that isn't love, I miss my guess. Oh, yes, I do. Do you believe it's love? What else would bring an angel down to earth? When you're in my arms, I weaken with each heart. Oh, yes, I do believe in love.
Wasn't that swell? Very good, Dennis. You can dry yourself now.
Where are the towels?
In the laundry. They'll be back Thursday.
Okay. As soon as they come, throw one in.
I will. kids got more patience. Say, I wonder why they don't call me on the set.
By the way, Jack, is Phil coming over to watch your work today?
Yeah, he'll be along pretty soon.
Say, what do you think about Phil getting married? Wasn't that a surprise?
It sure was. And incidentally, kids, I got a great idea. When Phil comes in, let's not say a word about it and see how he takes it.
Yeah, let's make off like we don't know anything about it.
Oh, he's so embarrassed he won't know what to do.
Now, look. Look, kids. Look, kids, as soon as he walks in, That must be the set for him. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Billy. The director says he'll be ready for you in about 10 minutes.
Okay.
In the meantime, can I ask him about me being in the picture?
Rochester, I told you there's no part for you. The scene is in England. You can't be an English butler.
No, but I can be a carbon copy.
Never mind. Tell the director I'll be over in a few minutes.
Okay. Cheerio, boss.
I wish he'd stop bothering Mr. Mayo.
Do you think Archie Mayo is a good director for you, Jack?
Oh, he'll be marvelous. He's made a lot of important pictures. The Great American Broadcast, Four Sons, Marco Polo, Convention City, Petrified Forest.
Well, if he made Petrified Forest, he'll be perfect for you.
Well, maybe that's a funny gag, but I don't get it. Now, ribbing is all right here, Mary, but when we're on the set... Wait a minute, I'll bet that's Phil. Now, remember, no talk about his marriage. Come in. Well, hello, Phil.
Hiya, Jackson. Hello, Mary. Don.
How are you, Phil?
How's the boy? Oh, I can't complain. I've been on a little vacation down in Mexico.
Uh-huh.
Did you go down there for a rest, Phil?
Yeah, I kind of wanted to change the scenery. You know how it is.
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh.
Yes, Mexico is beautiful. Oh, cheers. Cheers. Cheers.
Hey, Jackson, this is some dressing room. Sure is ritzy.
You like it, Phil? You know, Alice Faye used to have this dressing room.
Alice Faye? Is she that cute little blonde?
You know who she is. And we can't hold back any longer, Phil. Congratulations. I hope you and Alice will be very happy.
Congratulations, Phil.
Oh, good luck, Phil.
Atta boy. Well, doggone, so you went and done it, huh?
Yeah, believe me, Jackson, this is a life. Home every night for dinner, then I put on my slippers and we sit in front of the fireplace for hours.
You two sit by the fireplace in this hot weather?
Who knows about the weather?
Well, love sure is a wonderful thing. Well, as long as we're all here, let's go over on the set. They're waiting for me.
Okay, Jack.
I'll take this mousetrap along.
That's my bustle. Take it. So long, Dennis.
Goodbye, Mr. Benny. If you run across a towel, let me know.
We will. Come on, kids. Stage 4 is right down this way.
Oh, by the way, Jack, before you start shooting, is there any place in the picture where you can mention Jell-O?
Well, if it could be done in a subtle way, Don. Have you any suggestions?
Well, I noticed that your wig has 6 curls on it, so I thought it'd be rather clever if they were in different colors, like strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime.
Well, yes, that's novel, all right, Don, but you see, this picture is not in Technicolor, so they wouldn't identify the flavors.
They would if you hung a fruit on each curl.
Oh, I see what you mean. Well, Don, that might be good for a flash, but I doubt that it would sustain through the whole picture. I'll keep it in mind, though. We turn to our right here, fellas.
Say, Jack, isn't that Caesar Romero coming towards us?
Where? Oh, yeah. Show this costume I got on fools all the boys. Watch me flirt with them.
He's handsome. Hello, Mr. Romero.
Hello, miss.
Get this.
Hello, Caesar. Hello, Jack.
Oh, nuts. He's the only guy that didn't fall for it. Gee, I hope I know my line. The director gets so mad when I hold up. Oh, hello, Mr. Zanny. Hey, ho, ready! See, he's so proud of his organization. And you can't blame him either.
Gee, that's a beautiful horse he's riding.
It sure is.
Is that a Palomino?
No, it's a pal of Jack.
Now, cut that out. Here's the stage, fellas. Now, listen, Mary, I'm warning you for the last time. When we're on that set, I don't want you to be wisecracking all the time. Mr. Mayo isn't temperamental, but I'm taking a chance now bringing you on the set without permission. So you just sit over in that corner and watch out for the... Fellas, this set represents an English garden. Come on, they're going to shoot over there by the gate.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please. Quiet on the stage. Listen, boys. Cut out that noise. The director's in a race. Now settle
down. Those are Mr. Mayo's assistant directors. They used to be a trio at vaudeville. Baldy, Glide, and Baldy. Nice boys, huh?
Say, Jack, who's that fella crawling around on his hands and knees?
Where? Oh, that's Kev Marley, the cameraman.
The cameraman?
Yes, he broke his glasses the other day, and he's afraid he'll bump into something. I hope the sound man doesn't lose his ear trumpet.
Say, Jackson, ain't that Kay Francis standing over there?
Yes, we're doing our first scene together in the picture today. Come on over, Phil. I'll introduce you to her.
Now, wait a minute, Bob. What are you trying to pull? You're talking to a married man.
Well, what are you getting excited about? I'm only going to introduce you to the girl.
Well, you know how weak I am.
All right, Phil. Stay here with Don. I'll see you later.
Quiet, please.
Quiet, please.
All this noise must faulty. We're head men here. So lend an ear. To Baldy, Glide, and Baldy. We have no hair.
I worked with those boys once in Peoria. They used to do a trapeze act. Two of them fell off a lot. Excuse me, fellas. I'm going over and talk to Kay Francis.
I've never met her, Jack. Can I come along?
Not now, Mary.
You charged me 25 cents to come on this set, and I want to meet Kay Francis.
All right, come on. Now, Mary, don't let this get around, but I hear that Kay's nuts about me.
Oh, you think every girl you work with in a picture is nuts about you.
Well?
You haven't got as much sex appeal as a smoked whitefish.
Oh, yeah? I'll go up against any whitefish you dig up, sister. I'm telling you, the girl likes me, so don't start anything. Well, hello, Kay.
Oh, hello, Mother.
Mother, it's me, Jack.
Pardon me.
Well, you look gorgeous in that outfit, Kay. That dress is very flattering to your figure.
Thank you, Jack. And that's a stunning gown you have on.
Do you think so?
Yes. But pull it up a little. Your tattoo shows.
Oh, yes, I must remember that. Well, Kay. Here we are, finally making a picture together. Kay Francis and Jack Benny. See, isn't it thrilling? Gosh, aren't you excited? Aren't you, Kay?
What do you want me to do, pants?
Well, no. No, of course not.
Are you sure you're nuts about Jack?
Mary. Pardon me, Kay. This is Mary Livingston.
Oh, hello, Mary. I've always enjoyed you on the radio. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Well, that's too sweet of you.
Mary, what's the matter with you? Don't pay any attention to her, Kay. She's always a little jealous.
Oh, I don't mind. After all, Mary and I have something in common.
Oh, are you jealous too?
No, but I used to shop at the May Company.
Very good, Kay. Very good indeed.
Give me my quarterback.
Nothing doing. You met her, didn't you? You know, Kay, I was just thinking. The scene we're going to do today is where you find out I'm not Charlie's aunt, but that I'm really a man. And that's the beginning of our romance.
Yes, I've read the script.
Oh, have you? Well, it's a wonderful situation, but it lacks something at the finish. Don't you feel that we ought to embrace and kiss each other so that the audience will realize we're in love? Don't you feel that way? Frankly, I feel a kiss there, you know? I mean, a kiss would seal our relationship.
Well, why does the kiss a seal?
Well, I'm serious, Kay.
Well, I don't agree with you, Jack. A kiss at that point would spoil the entire story.
Oh. Well, don't you think...
Jack, why don't you speak to the director about it?
Okay, Kay. Well, that's quite a pun. Okay, Kay, yeah. That's a good one.
Jack jerk, there's another pun.
Mary, please. Yes, Kay, I'll speak to... Oh, here comes Mr. Mayo now. Hello, Mr. Mayo.
Hello, Archie.
Hello, Jack. Hello, Kay.
Well, Archie, here I am, raring to go.
We'll find out. Now, Kay... Now, Kay, you understand the first scene we're shooting is the one where you discover that Jack is really a man.
Yes, Archie. And as I understand it, the situation comes to me as a surprise.
Exactly.
Oh, Archie, Miss Frances had a rather good suggestion a moment ago. She thought that at the finish of the scene, we ought to embrace and kiss each other. Isn't that a good idea?
Why, Jack Benny.
How do you feel about it, Archie?
I don't feel about it. The kiss is out.
Oh, well, tough luck, Kay. It's too bad.
They told me about you, but I wouldn't believe it.
Well,
come on now, you lovely people. Let's rehearse it the way it's written.
All right. Oh, pardon me, Archie. This is Mary Livingston.
Oh, how do you do?
Hello, Archie. You ought to lay off the starchy.
Mary, he's not so plump.
Now, listen, Jack, let's get going. Let's rehearse.
Well, Mary insulted you. She said you were fat.
Well, I am fat.
Okay.
All right, now, everybody, quiet for rehearsal.
Quiet, please.
Quiet, please.
They're ready for rehearsal. Hickory, dickory.
Dickory, Doc.
The mouse ran up the bustle.
Oh, Mother
Oh, what is this anyway?
Come on, let's cut the clowning. Now, you've got the first speech, Kay. You've just found out that Jack is not Charlie's aunt, but you kid him along.
Yes, I understand.
And, Jack, you're still the woman.
Yeah, I get it.
Now, go ahead, Kay. Read your first line.
So you're Charlie's aunt, eh? That's a coincidence. I knew your late husband quite well.
Well, Jack, what are you waiting for? The Robert E. Lee?
Oh, pardon me. I was worried about Dennis Day. He needs a towel. Give me that again, Kay.
So you're Charlie's aunt, eh? That's a coincidence. I knew your late husband quite well.
Oh, did you really?
Hiya, Jack. You're a woman.
Oh, did you really?
Hiya.
Oh, did you really? How's that?
I mean, how's that? Is that a woman?
Nobody I know.
Well, that's the best I can do.
Well, now, look, Jack, your voice is all right, but remember you're in England, so talk with an English accent.
Well, Mr. Philbert, the producer, said I should do it my own way.
I don't care what Philbert says. Talk with an English accent.
All right. Give me that lead again, Kay. I knew your late husband.
I knew your late husband quite well, and I wish you were with him.
That's not the line. Now, please, Kay.
Hey, Jack.
What?
I'm beginning to like her.
Oh, stop. Now, Kay, give me the whole speech, will you please?
Oh, my goodness.
Now remember, Jack, an English accent. Go ahead, Kay.
So you're Charley Downs, That's a coincidence. I knew your late husband quite well.
Oh, did you, Riley? Riley, what kind of an accent is that?
Well, that's the best I can do. Anyway, I'm not English. I was born in Waukegan. I'm going to see Mr. Philbert. Quiet! Quiet! Quiet on the set! Quiet,
Now, cut that out, you guys. Heaven knows I'm not fussy. But if you think I'm going to change my personality and my character just to make you happy, you... Oh, hello, Mr. Zanuck. You've got another thing coming, and I'll tell you something else. This wig I'm wearing is too darn hot.
Oh, go grab a pitchfork.
I'm talking to Mr. Mayo. You know, Archie, this isn't the first picture I've ever made. I fought with other directors, too. And as far as I'm concerned, I'm going to read my lines my way. Come on, Kay, give me that line again. I do your lady.
Springtime is salad time, friends, and here's a salad that's right in tune with the season. It's called cool cucumber salad. And the more tempting, taste-teasing salad just never was invented. It's easy to make, too. Simply prepare 1 package of lime jello as you usually do. Add 1 teaspoon of vinegar and a dash of salt and chill until slightly thickened. Then fold in 1 cup of diced cucumber, mold, and serve on lettuce with mayonnaise. You'll find this gay springtime salad a grand treat that the family will enjoy the whole year round because it has such a swell, tantalizing flavor and such an inviting appearance. And it's a salad you'll enjoy making because it takes almost no time at all. So start serving it now. For a delightful salad, try this intriguing combination of cool, crisp cucumbers and delicious lime jello.
We're a little late, but thanks, Miss Francis and Mr. Mayo. Good night, folks.
Cool, refreshing homemade ice cream.
It's easy to make.
Inexpensive, too.
And boy, is it swell.
Yes, everybody has a good word to say for homemade ice cream. It's a grand treat and easier than ever to make with Jell-O freezing mix. Blended with milk and cream and frozen in your automatic refrigerator, Jell-O freezing mix turns out exquisite, velvety smooth ice cream. And you can enjoy this deluxe ice cream in a whole variety of grand flavors. So get Jell-O freezing mix tomorrow for luscious homemade ice cream, freshly made when you want it, just the way you want it. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Jell-O program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Beat Me Daddy with a Pickled Beef. Did you ever go out into an orchard, ladies and gentlemen, and pick fresh, ripe fruit right off the trees? Juicy, bright-colored fruit still warm with the summer sun? Well, it's just such pleasant memories as this that come to mind when you enjoy Jell-O. For Jell-O actually rivals the real ripe fruit itself, both in color and refreshment. Jell-O's gay, scintillating colors make Jell-O a tempting and attractive dessert. A dessert that always adds lots of charm and good cheer to every meal. And in Jell-O's full-body, tantalizing flavor, you experience a delight that's simply unexcelled. A tangy goodness that you'll insist on enjoying again and again. So get Jell-O tomorrow in all of Jell-O's 6 delicious flavors: strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime. Just one taste of this grand treat, and you'll know right away why rich, humoring, genuine Jell-O is America's favorite gelatin dessert. Beat Me Daddy with a Pickled Beef, played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, for the next to the final broadcast of the season, we bring you a man who came to you last October fresh as a daisy and is now standing here faded as a fuchsia, Jack Benny.
Thank you, Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking. And, Don, I'm sure glad we've only got one more program to do. After 35 consecutive weeks of broadcasting, I'm worn out. Boy, I'm all in.
Oh, Jack, radio isn't as tough as all that. When you come right down to it, you only broadcast one day a week.
I know, Don, but think of all the preparation, the jokes, and the new ideas I have to have. I tell you, I'm exhausted.
Well, you've got writers, haven't you?
You mean corn and pone? Writers. A fine team. I bought them a typewriter the other day, and they did a maypole dance with the ribbon. A lot of help they are.
Where'd you ever find those boys, Jack? Were they professional writers when you picked them up?
No, they were just a couple of fast talkers. I met them in a drugstore in New York. One of them used to demonstrate hair tonic, and the other one drank it. Anyway, they told me they were writers, so I hired them, and I've been sorry ever since.
Well, Jack, if they don't do their work properly, why don't you get rid of them? Why don't you fire them?
No, I'm going to give them one more chance, Don. But if I don't grow hair by next year, out they go. No jokes, no hair, no wonder I'm tired.
Oh, Jack, you always have to make such a big issue out of everything.
What?
To hear you talk, anybody think you work like a dog.
Well, that's the most ridiculous statement I've ever heard. Why, Mary, do you realize what 35 weeks in radio takes out of me?
Well, you take something out of radio, don't you?
That's not the point. That doesn't tire me. It's the work I have to do. Just lucky that I have a good constitution and the strain doesn't show.
Not much. You're as washed out as a tea bag in a boarding house.
Well, that does make sense because a used tea bag is tan and I'm as pale as a ghost. And you know what it's from, don't you? It's those weeks and weeks of hard grinding labor.
Labor? Do you call what you do labor?
Well, choo, 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 if it isn't the Honeymoon Express. What did you say, baby? That's what she calls them, folks. What did you say?
Look, Jackson, I've been listening to this chatter, and I don't know what you're beefing about. You only do one broadcast a week, don't you?
Yes, but
And that runs a half hour, right?
Yes, but I get more lines than anyone else on the program.
That's because you buy more hair tonic.
Mary, I'm talking to Phil.
And another thing, Jackson, out of that half hour, Don Wilson does 2 commercials.
Yes, but...
And Dennis Day sings a song.
I know, but...
And the boys and I do 10 minutes of music.
You do 10 minutes of. Let's not classify it. Music, he calls it.
Well, Alice thinks my band is wonderful.
Phil, Alice is a dear, sweet girl, and she's entitled to her opinion. But love is blind, and in this case, also deaf. Anyway, Phil, I don't know what you're driving at.
What he means, Jack, is this. When you boil it down, you personally work on this program only 13 minutes a week.
What?
Imagine, only 13 minutes.
Well, it's not the time involved, Don. It's the importance. For your information, it only took George Washington 12 minutes to cross the Delaware.
How do you know?
Jack was rowing the boat.
I was not. I missed it. I mean, I wasn't in the boat. Now, let me tell you guys something else.
Hello, everybody. What's all the excitement?
Oh, this gang. Hello, Dennis.
What's the matter?
Jack's complaining because he has to work 13 minutes a week.
Oh, where's he working?
At the Acme Buttonhole Factory in Extra Pants, Nebraska. Where am I working? I was just telling the gang that the strain of broadcasting week after week has made a wreck out of me.
Me, too. I'd have a nervous breakdown if I could find a sanitarium that would take tenors.
Dennis, what have you got to be tired about? You don't have that mental strain every week like I do.
Well, I suppose it doesn't take brains to sing a song.
No, not necessarily. Crickets can sing, and they don't have any brains.
Pardon me, Jack, pardon me. Crickets don't exactly sing. Their song comes from rubbing their hind legs together.
Oh.
Say, I'll have to try that sometime.
Do, Dennis, and let me know how it comes out. Meanwhile, let's have your song in the old-fashioned way. We're about ready.
Okay.
What's it going to be?
I'm going to sing You and I, a brand new number written by Mary Beth Wilson.
That's Meredith Wilson. He's a conductor on the Maxwell House program.
Oh.
Now go ahead. Hold it a minute. Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
I wonder if your writers would sell me a bottle of hair tonic.
I imagine they would. Do you want to grow hair?
Yes, I'm tired of the wind and the rain in my scalp.
Oh, get out of here. You know, every time I see his head, I feel like sticking my finger in his ear and bowling. Well, go ahead and sing, Dennis.
With my legs on my tonsils.
With your tonsils. Forget about that cricket.
Oh, if a musician sing the same old tune to the sweetheart that come and go, let your intuition, aided by the moon, tell you little things a poet doesn't know. Darling, you and I know the reason why a summer sky is blue. And we know why birds in the trees sing melodies sweet, and why love will grow from the first hello until the last goodbye. So to sweet romance there is just one answer. Why love will grow from the first hello until the last goodbye. So to sweet romance there is just one answer. You
was You and I, sung by Kenny Baker, and very good, Kenny. You know, a song like that is especially good for your type of...
Kenny Baker? I'm Dennis Day, ain't I?
What? Oh, certainly. What's the matter with me? See, fellas, I'm so tired and nervous, I don't know what I'm talking about. You guys think I don't need a rest. You're all so smart. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
You're not mad because I'm not Kenny Baker, are you?
No, Dennis. I'm just confused, that's all. I'm irritable because I'm tired. And now, ladies and gentlemen...
If you think Kenny Baker can rub his hind legs together, why don't you get him?
Dennis, will you please stop interrupting? Now go crawl under the piano.
Okay. See you later.
And now, folks... What a kid. And now, folks, Mr. Don Wilson, that eminent American playwright, has written another of his famous one-act plays. Take it, Mr. Wilson.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, before proceeding, I would like to announce that any resemblance in this play to persons living or dead is purely coincidental.
That's right.
The play opens in the home of Mr. and Mrs. Philbert Harris. Now, Jack Denny will play the part...
Hey, wait a minute. I object. I don't want any play about my personal life, Bud.
What's this got to do with you? Well, the character in our play is Philbert Harris, not Phil. There's no connection. Go ahead, Don.
Philbert, an orchestra leader, has just finished playing a one-night stand on the sidewalk in front of the Ambassador Hotel.
Uh-huh. Hey, now hold it a minute. This guy's an orchestra leader, and I'm an orchestra leader. I smell a rat.
Well, it's not you. Continue, Don.
As the scene opens, Philbert's newly wedded wife, played by Miss Livingston, is at home waiting for her husband, Philbert, played by Mr. Bennett. It is dinner time. Curtain, music.
Oh, dear, I hope Daddy isn't late. I prepared this meal for him with my own little hands. Gosh, look at that salad. I wonder if the lettuce goes under the tomatoes or over the tomatoes. Oh, well. That must be Baby now. Come in.
Well. Hiya, honey. Are you jiving? Are you on the beam? Are you solid?
Now, hold on there, Jackson. That guy is me. I talk like that.
Quiet, I'm telling you, this is a fictitious character. I'll take it again, Mary. Hiya, honey. Are you jiving? Are you on the beam? What's cooking, baby?
Ham hocks and butter beans.
Now you're in business, honey. Yeah. Now you're operating. Yeah.
Well, sit down, Phil.
Mary.
Bert.
Say, honey, this food is okay, but where are them whipped potatoes you said he was going to make?
We aren't having any. I couldn't find the whip.
Nice going, honey. That's a Lulu. You're in there punching, Alice.
Alice? Now I got you. That's my wife's name.
Phil, this Alice is A-L-Y-C-E. How does your wife spell her name?
Well, wait a minute. I'll call her up.
Believe me, it's A-L-I-C-E. There's no connection.
Go ahead, Jack. It's your line.
Oh, yes. Say, honey, are we having black-eyed peas with candied yams for dessert?
No, baby. We're having Jell-O.
Jell-O? Well, doggone. Dish me, honey. Dish me. Yeah.
Not till you've had your ham hock.
All right, baby, I'll eat them ham hocks, but I'm going to save plenty of room for Jell-O. Yeah.
So you see, ladies, if you're hep and want to keep him solid with your husband, serve him a dish of tempting, appetizing Jell-O. It comes in 6 delicious flavors: strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, and lime. They're all Lulu.
Attaboy, Don. Attaboy. There, you see, Phil, aren't you ashamed of yourself? That play had absolutely no connection with you.
Well, I wish the quiz kids was here so I could check on that.
Don't worry about it. Well, Don, that was a very original playlet. And incidentally, while we're on our vacation, why don't you write up a few more for next season?
I'll try to. By the way, Jack, speaking of vacations, what are you doing this summer? You going out of town?
Well, Don, I intended to go to one of those big fashionable resorts. You know, where you have to dress for dinner and throw your money away. But I changed my mind.
You know how Jack hates to dress for dinner.
Yeah. So instead of that, Don, I intend to rough it. I'm going to a little place in the high Sierras called Eagle Nook Lodge and just fish my head off. It's way, way up in the mountains.
How high is the place, Jackson?
$3 a day. Oh, you mean the altitude? Yeah. It's about 7,000 feet, but it's ideal for me. Just give me a mountain stream and a fishing rod, and, brother, those trout better watch out.
Oh, sure.
You wait and see.
You couldn't catch a herring in Lindy's with Abe Lyman for bait.
Mary, one more word out of you, and I'm going to trade you in for a station wagon. So cut it out. Well, so much for my vacation. Now, how about a number, Phil?
Okay, Jackson.
Oh, Jack, I meant to ask you, who's taking over our show for the summer?
Well, Don, the sponsor has a brand new program lined up called Regular Fellas. And it's adapted from Gene Burns' famous comic strip of that name. You know, Pudd'nhead Duffy, Jimmy Dugan, and all those kids.
Oh, yes. Well, that sounds like it ought to be a lot of fun.
It'll be a swell show, Don, and I wish Regular Fellas a lot of luck on their summer series. Well, go ahead, Phil. Let's have your number. Now what? Come in?
Mr. Benny, I still can't find your writers. Where are they?
Look, Bud, it's none of my business, but I'm afraid hair tonic won't help you. How'd you lose your hair, anyway?
I pulled off a tight hat too quick.
Hair tonic. What that guy needs is a mop with a part in it. Play, Philbert. That was There'll Be Some Changes Made, played by Phil Harris and his All-American Rhythm Kings. American Rhythm Kings meaning a perfect description of this outstanding musical organization, and all meaning I take it all back. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to announce that next Sunday our final broadcast of the season will originate from the Naval Training Station in San Diego, California. Yes, sir. And incidentally, fellas, you know, I used to be in the Navy, and this will be a kind of a reunion for me.
I thought you were in the Army, Mr. Benny.
No, Dennis, the Navy.
Don't you remember? He was in that boat with George Washington.
Mary, I take an oath I never even knew George Washington. Please believe me. But no kidding, fellas. Sometimes I regret ever having left the Navy. Gee, with that blue suit and my blue eyes, I was really something.
You really liked the service, huh, Jack?
I certainly did, Don. And I was getting along swell. Who knows, if I'd have stuck, I might have been an admiral today. With my chest just covered with medals.
How could you hold him up?
Mary, I really need a station wagon. Anyway, I was just talking about what might have been. You know, fellas, I often wonder if... I'll take it. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny, this is Rochester.
Oh, what do you want?
Boss, if you don't get our boat out of the house, I'm leaving. That man's getting crazy every day.
Oh, for goodness sake, you're always worried about Mr. Billingsley. What's the matter now?
Well, he's been planning his summer vacation all day long.
All right, what's crazy about that?
He's out in the swimming pool right now taking swimming lessons. He's learning the Australian crawl.
Well, what's crazy about that?
He's going to swim to Australia.
Now, that's ridiculous. Mr. Billingsley is obviously kidding you. He can't be serious about swimming to Australia.
Oh, he means it, boss. He told me to meet him at the dock of San Pedro early tomorrow morning.
Oh, my God. What does he need you for?
He wants me to hit him on the head with a bottle of champagne.
Well, use the domestic, not the imported. Now, look, Rochester, don't let him leave the house. It's up to you to humor him.
Uh-huh.
Explain to him that he's not a boat.
That'll be pretty hard to do, boss. He's wearing two hats.
Two hats?
Yeah, he claims the top one is a poop deck.
Oh, for heaven's sake. Well, Rochester, keep him in the backyard by the swimming pool. And whatever you do, don't let him get away.
Too late, boss. There you go.
Well, catch him, stop him, humor him. Tell him before he leaves he's got to take on cargo.
He's loaded now.
Well, Rochester, do something. Lock the front door. I'll be home right after the broadcast.
Okay.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, say, boss.
What?
Are you going to broadcast from San Diego next Sunday?
Yes.
Am I going with you?
Yes, Rochester, you're going to drive me down in the Maxwell. What are you laughing at?
If that Maxwell can get to San Diego, Mr. Billingsley's a cinch for Australia.
Never mind. And don't worry, we'll make it. Now, goodbye. Doggone, Mr. Billingsley really thinks he's a boat. I'll have to put a sign on his door, Pier 18. Ladies and gentlemen, we have saved a few minutes of our program this evening to bring you a message from a distinguished guest, one of the nation's outstanding Americans. A call has gone out, a call which concerns the very defense of America, one which affects vitally the morale of the 1.5 million men already called to the colors. Realizing this serious situation, the President of the United States, the Secretaries of War and of the Navy, and the Federal Security Administrator have called upon every American to support the United Service Organizations. Mr. Thomas E. Dewey has been drafted as National Campaign Chairman of the USO. So, ladies and gentlemen, I have the honor and pleasure to present at this time the District Attorney of New York City, Mr. Thomas E. Dewey.
Thank you, Jack. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm mighty happy to be with you tonight. Now, Jack, after that fine introduction, I'd like to ask you something. What do you know about the USO?
Well, Mr. Dewey, I think, let's see, it's got something to do with soldiers or sailors. You know, if I'd have stayed in the Navy, I might have been an admiral today. Admiral Benny.
I know, Admiral. I heard your program.
Oh.
But, Jack, I'm afraid you don't know very much about the USO. But then neither do a lot of other Americans. Briefly, the USO is a joint effort on the part of the YMCA, the YWCA, Salvation Army, National Catholic Community Service, Jewish Welfare Board, and the Traveler's Aid to bring to the soldier, sailor, and marine recreational and hospitality facilities outside the cantonment.
Oh, so the USO doesn't work in the camps themselves?
No, Admiral. I mean, Jack.
Yes.
The service clubs will be all located outside the camps and bases. I've just visited in the last 2 weeks, in traveling over 9,000 miles, more than 21 of the camps. Imagine some of these places with 30,000 men cooped up in a camp, and the nearest town has 1,700 men, women, and babies. When they get a day off, the men have no place to go and nothing to do. It's a pretty serious business when we transplant 1.5 million men from their homes and then leave them to think we've forgotten all about them. These men must know that 130 million Americans are really behind them.
Yes, Mr. Dewey, that's a swell idea. It's going to cost a lot of money, though, isn't it?
Not as much as you'd think. With the help of every real American, we can do a grand job for a little more than $10 million.
Well, but that won't build recreational centers, will it?
No, the federal government is supplying the buildings. It's up to the USO to get the funds to operate the clubs.
Well, how are you going to get this $10 million?
In every community in the United States, right now, the USO is organizing an appeal for funds. On June 3rd, the drive starts with a broadcast from every part of the country to dinners all over the country. Every American, regardless of his views on foreign policies or anything else, can unite on this job and through the USO get behind his own defenders. Thank you, Jack, and thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Tom Dewey. We appreciate your coming to us and telling us about the United Service Organization. I understand that we have contributed over $60 million to help those abroad. And this is the first time we have ever been asked to help our own American boys. I'm sure everyone realizes that taking care of our boys is our job. And I assure you, we Americans will do it.
Here's a grand dessert, ladies and gentlemen, that's not only delightfully unusual, but unusually delightful. A real novelty and a real treat. It's Jell-O's latest dessert triumph, Jell-O Charley. Something mighty good the whole family will enjoy. It's inexpensive, too, and of course, like all desserts you make with Jell-O, easy to prepare. Simply make up a package of cherry Jell-O, as you usually do, and chill until slightly thickened. Next, hollow out the centers of a dozen cupcakes and fill with the slightly thickened Jell-O. Then chill until firm and serve with a topping of snowy white whipped cream. And just watch the family response to this tempting new dessert surprise. So different and so delicious. Get a package of cherry Jell-O and make up this swell dessert. You'll find the cherry Jell-O, like strawberry and raspberry Jell-O, has a new improved flavor obtained by using a natural flavor base artificially enhanced. And this means a flavor that's better than ever. A rich, distinctive goodness that you find only in genuine Jell-O. So treat yourself to a new treat. Tomorrow night for dinner, serve Jell-O Charlotte, a luscious combination of dainty cupcakes and shiny, ruby red cherry Jell-O.
The last number of the 34th program in the current Jell-O series, and we will be with you again next Sunday night at the same time, doing our final broadcast from the Naval Training Station in San Diego. And after that, be sure and tune in every Sunday night to our sparkling summer show, Regular Fellas. Oh, Mary.
Yes, sir.
I'm all in. Will you say good night for me?
Sure. Good night, folks.
Thanks.
Here's a snappy new dessert, Ginger Snap Ice Cream. Where do you buy it? Well, you can't buy it, but you can make it right in your own automatic refrigerator with vanilla Jell-O freezing mix. Just take a can of vanilla Jell-O freezing mix and make up a freezing tray full of smooth, luscious, homemade vanilla ice cream. Then, when you stir it, add 3/4 of a cup of golden, spicy ginger snaps broken into bits. Making it at home is the easy way and the only way. So get vanilla Jell-O freezing mix tomorrow. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, and first in television, presents the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show. For your enjoyment, here is the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show, written by Ray Singer and Dick Chevrolet, with Elliot Lewis, Walter Tetley, Robert North, Janine Roos, Ann Whitfield, Walter Sharp in his music, and yours truly, Bill Foreman. Today, Phil's chance meeting with a little boy in a parking lot completely changes both their ideas of Christmas. But first, a word from RCA Victor. 2 nights before Christmas and all through the house, there's a fever excitement with everyone wrapping presents or finishing up Christmas shopping left to the last minute. In any case, it will be a very lucky family who will find an RCA Victor super set like the Whitfield with a ribbon around it and under the tree on Christmas morning. And if you haven't thought of it before, there's probably still time to get the Whitfield. It's a magnificent super set that brings you television with picture power for clearer, stronger, steadier pictures deep in the city or far in the country. So remember the name of this beautifully styled 17-inch table model super set, the Whitfield. It's the gift that keeps on giving, a gift the whole family will enjoy all year round. Remember the name, RCA Victor. Cornerstone of home entertainment for 3 generations. And now the stars of the RCA Victor program, Alice Faye and Phil Harris. With only a few days left till Christmas, the Harris family has gone to a local department store to do some last-minute shopping. While Alice is looking around for some gifts, Phil has taken the children to the toy department to see Santa Claus.
And if you're a good little girl, I'll bring you all the things you asked for. Now then, who's next?
I am, Santa.
Aren't you a little old for this sort of thing, Sonny?
Look, don't give me no trouble, Nick. Just take my order. Now, look, I want 2 dollhouses, 2 dolls, 2 make-believe stoves, and 2 sewing machines.
2 of everything, eh?
Uh-huh. And another thing, I want 2 blue party dresses with pink ribbons.
Are you and your twin sister going to a formal, dear?
Look, don't be a comic. There's one thing I can't stand. It's a wise Kris Kringle. Just give me my order.
No, please, there are a lot of children waiting now. I have to take care of the next little boy in line. Well, now then, Sonny, what do you want to do?
I want a fountain pen, an adding machine, and a green celluloid eye shade.
What did I do to deserve these big jerks? Now, if you 2 apes don't get out of here, I'll call the manager, and I'll beat it.
You're a nasty old man.
You're right, Willie, and I bet he beats his reindeer. Look, mister, those things I ordered are not for me. My 2 kids sent me up to ask for them.
What's the matter? They too stupid to speak for themselves?
One more crack out of you, and I'll punch you right in your big, fat pillow.
Daddy, please, you're embarrassing us. You can't talk to Santa Claus that way.
Oh, this is not the real one. The head man is up the North Pole. This guy's just a no-talent road company.
Now, look, if your kids want to order anything, you let them talk for themselves. Well, now then, my little darling, what would you like to have for Christmas? Besides a new father.
I want a dollhouse, a doll, a make-believe stove, and a sewing machine. And my sister wants... I'll tell him myself.
Very well, little honey. And what would you like for Christmas, my sweet little darling?
Have you got any good head-shrinking sets?
If you promise to use it on your father, I'll
That does it. I'm not going to stand around here and be insulted. Now, look to me, mister.
Please, there are a lot of children waiting to see me.
Well, they won't be for long. Fellow children, if you want to see a good Santa Claus, go to Saks Fifth Avenue. And don't sit on this one's lap. He's got bony knees.
Please. Come along now. You're causing a scene.
All right, but I can't stand it. Come on, let's get out of here.
Daddy, I hope you didn't make a mistake.
What do you mean?
If that's the real Santa Claus, we're dead.
Oh, honey, didn't you notice that every department store has a Santa Claus? They're just helpers. The real one doesn't show up until Christmas Eve. And then he'll come flying through the sky, calling to his reindeer, and then he'll glide in and land on our roof.
Tell me more, Philip.
I'm not talking.
Daddy, you told us we'd see the real Santa. May we stay up Christmas Eve and see him?
Yeah, sure. Look, Willie, take the kids home.
Oh, very well, Philip.
And I'll wait here for Alice. In the meantime, I think I'll join Frankie over at the toy counter. Wonder what he's buying at that toy counter.
What kind of a doll did you say you wanted, sir?
You heard me. I want a doll that's 5'2", has red hair, and walks with a wiggle.
They don't make toys like that.
Who's talking about a toy? What are you doing tonight, honey?
Well, I have to take my grandmother out.
I'll bring along a date for her. I have a friend just about her age.
Remley.
Here he is now. Curly, how would you like it?
No, I ain't doing no grandma sitting. Remley, what's the matter with you? Why do you always try to go on the...
Phil, help me with these packages, will you?
Oh, sure, honey, sure.
Hi, Alice. Looks like you bought a lot of presents.
Oh, I did. And I have one for you, too, Frankie.
You bought me a Christmas present? Oh, Alice, you shouldn't have done it. Which package is mine?
I think it's this one under my arm.
I'll get it.
Frankie, you shouldn't grab it.
Oh, Alice, just what I always wanted, a bag of money.
Give me back my purse.
Oh, sorry, Alice. Here's your purse.
Now give me back the money.
Can't I just hold it for a while? So warm and comforting.
No.
Well, where is my present, Alice?
It must be with the packages I put in the car.
Well, come on, let's go out to the parking lot. I'm anxious to see it.
Hey, by the way, Alice, I promised the girls I'd let them stay up and see Santa on Christmas Eve.
Oh, Bill, why did you do that?
Well, honey, I was on the spot. I had to. Hey, but look, don't worry. I'll get somebody to play Santa.
Why get anybody to play Santa?
Well, what else am I going to do?
Well, let the kids stay up and see the real Santa Claus.
Well, I don't know what time he's got. Could I have that again, Herman?
Why don't you let the kids see the real Santa Claus?
Remley, you got to stop using hops in your bubble bath.
We can call somebody later, Phil. Oh, here's our card. Open the door, Frankie, and you'll find your present on the back seat.
Oh, boy. I can't wait. There ain't no packages here. What are you, a wise guy or something, Alice?
Oh, what are you talking about? I put them right here myself on the... Oh, no, they're gone. Somebody stole them.
A likely story. You never did have anything for me.
Frankie,
the
you
length.
know that...
Some people go...
Frankie, all of the other presents were stolen, too.
I don't care about the others. I want my present. And you better get it for me or I'll have a tantrum. I'll lie down on the sidewalk and kick my feet. That's what I'll do. I will.
Wait a minute.
Frankie, please control yourself. And don't you worry. The thief who stole your present will regret it.
He will?
Yes. As soon as he opens the box, the rattlesnake will bite him.
Rattlesnake? You fiend.
Phil, this is awful. All those wonderful Christmas presents I got. I bought the children beautiful mama dolls, and Oh, this is terrible. I'm going in and report this to the manager.
Yeah, go ahead, honey. I don't blame her. I'd like to get my hands on whoever stole those packages.
Maybe they weren't stolen. Maybe Alice put them in the wrong car. You know, some blondes aren't too smart.
Yeah. Well, then let's look in the next car.
Okay. There, Curly. I was right. Here are your packages in this car.
Well, then good. Start handing them out.
Right. Curly, did Alice buy anybody an aquarium?
I don't know. Why?
There's a bowl here with fish in it.
Well, then hand it out. I'll see if there's a card on it.
Okay. Here you are, Curly. Take it easy. It's heavy.
All right. Be careful handing it over now. Look out. It's kind of slippery.
Drop that bowl, you Yuletide thieves!
Julius, now look what you made me do.
That's my fish bowl. What are you guys doing in my car? I'm going to call a cop.
Now, wait a minute, Julius. We can explain.
Don't talk to me, you guppy snatchers. Look at me little goldfish swimming all over the parking lot.
Well, we're sorry, Julius.
Don't stand there, Max. Swim after them.
Stop making such a fuss over a few landlocked goldfish. I'll pay you for them.
Well, that's better. Let's have the dough.
How much they cost?
$1,300.
$1,300 for goldfish?
When I buy goldfish, they're gold.
All right, kid. Beat it.
Beat it, he says. He's ransacking me car and he wants me to beat it.
We ain't ransacking your car. Somebody stole presents out of my car and we thought these was them.
These was them. He not only steals stuff out of my car, he's stealing me character, too.
Curly, pay no attention to him. We got to catch this crook and... Curly, did you hear that?
Yeah, it sounded like a mama doll. What about it?
Didn't Alice say she bought a couple of mama dolls for the kids?
Yeah. Where did that sound come from?
That little girl over there is holding a mama doll.
Remley, we got our crook.
What crook? The kid's only 5 years old. The doll probably belongs to him.
Why? That kid's a criminal type if I ever saw one. Look at that low forehead, them beady eyes.
The receding chin, the scar on her cheek.
And the cauliflower ears and the wax mustache.
Will you keep out of this?
Just hold it a minute, Remley. I'll go over and question
Now,
her.
careful, Curly. Frisk her first. She may be carrying a knife.
Or a sharp lollipop.
Go home, will you? Now, look, Remley. Let me grill her.
Fellas, you can't grill a 5-year-old kid.
Why not?
That ain't an even match. Mentally, she's got 2 years on you.
Look, Julius, I'm warning you for the last time. You either
Curly, ignore him. Let's question the suspect.
Well, then you better let me handle this, Remley. The kid will probably deny it, and it's going to take some shrewd questioning to get it out of her. Mm-hmm. But watch me.
Right.
Hey, you.
You want me, mister?
Yeah. I want to ask you a few questions. Remley, turn the headlights on her.
Right, Chief. While you're questioning her, I'll take down her confession.
And I'll start beating her with a rubber hose.
I told you to go home. Go home. Now then, sister. How long have you been stealing things out of cars?
I didn't steal anything.
Oh, no. How old are you?
I'm 5.
What's your name?
G. Davis.
Where do you live?
22 Maple Street. Where do you live?
43 Encino Boulevard.
What's your name?
Phil Harris.
How old are you?
28.
You've been stealing things out of cars.
Well, I started when I was 11, but it wasn't my fault. See, Dad needed beer money, and wait a minute! I didn't steal nothing. I'm questioning you. And I don't believe your story. In the first place, you're lying about your age.
Look who's talking.
Curly, you're not doing very good. Let me handle it. Look, Mal, where'd you get this doll?
My grandpa gave it to me.
Now we're getting someplace. Who's your grandpa?
He's the chief of police.
You're witness, Curly.
I know. I wouldn't touch her with a fork. Hey, look, take your doll and get lost, kid. Hit the road.
I'm going to tell my grandpa on you.
Now, wait a minute, kid. Don't be a stool pigeon. Gee. Hey, I'll tell you what, honey. If you keep this quiet, I'll sing you a Christmas song.
Which one?
Well, would you like to hear me sing Jingle Bells?
Not especially.
You're going to hear it anyway. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Whoa, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Whoa, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Dashing through the snow in a one-horse open sleigh. O'er the fields we go, laughing all the way. Bells on bobtail ring, they're making spirits bright. What fun it is to ride and sing a sleigh song tonight. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Hey, oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Hey, jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. A day or two ago, I thought I'd take a ride, and soon Miss Alice Faye was seated by my side. The horse was leaning like misfortune seemed his lot. He got into a drifted bank, and we got upset. Jingle bells, jingle bells, singing merrily we go. Jingle bells, white and snow so cold and crisp and light with jingle all the way through the night. Oh, what fun it is to ride in a one-horse open sleigh. Hey, hey, jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride in an open sleigh. Jingle bells, jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride a one-horse open sleigh. Well, little girl, what did you think of my singing?
Come on, mister.
Ah, your grandfather's a cop.
Hey, Charlie, come here. Let's look in the car on the other side.
Okay, I'll look.
Fellas, I talked to the manager and he... Phil, what are you doing in that car?
Well, we thought maybe you put the packages in the wrong car. Hey, wait a minute. Yeah, hey, there are a lot of packages in here. Alice, did you buy somebody a machine gun for Christmas?
Oh, now, don't be silly.
Well, there's one in here. I'll hand it out and show you.
Drop that Tommy gun or I'll blow your brains out.
Well, I'm sorry, sir. I didn't...
Hey, is that you, Harris?
It's Brogan. Who else? Yeah. Hey, what are you doing here, Grog?
Going in to do my Christmas shopping. I always shop at this place.
Well, then what are you sitting in the car for?
I'm waiting for the store to close. That way I get it for less than wholesale. You going shopping here, too?
No, we already did ours, but somebody stole all the gifts out of our car.
Oh, how low can a person get? Things like that make me mad at Christmas time. Now, you just tell me how many packages have been stolen, and I will see that they are replaced.
Now, how are you going to replace them?
I'll go around and steal them from the other cars.
That?
Why not? Somebody steals presents from you, you'll steal presents from them. That's the Christmas spirit.
That's the Christmas spirit?
Yeah, sure. You know the old saying, it is better to take than to buy. After all, you can't...
Phil? Say, Phil, look.
Huh?
Well, there's somebody sneaking out of that car with an armful of packages.
That's our man. Come on, Remley. You get on one side and I'll get on the other and we'll grab him. Come on. Get a hold.
I got him, Colonel.
All right, hold him. Don't let him get away.
Let go of me, you guys.
Oh, Phil, it's a little boy.
Tell them to let go of me, lady.
Hey, kid, what's the idea of stealing things out of cars?
I wasn't stealing them. I was only borrowing them.
Now, why didn't I think of that alibi the last time I got
Hey, kid, what do you mean, borrowing?
I just wanted them for Christmas. I never get nothing, and the other kids do. And this Christmas, I wanted something to play with.
But you didn't have to steal. On Christmas Eve, Santa Claus will bring you all the toys you want.
What Santa Claus?
Oh, another skeptic, huh? Look, kid, I tell you there is a Santa Claus.
Then why don't he ever come to my house?
Well, maybe you have a narrow chimney and he can't fit in it.
Maybe a television antenna sticks up on a roof. He can't let his rain.
Will you please? Kid's in enough trouble. Look, Sonny, let me ask you something. What are you doing out by yourself? Where are your folks?
I ain't got no folks.
Oh. Well, look, kid. Look, son, you put the presents back and then I'll buy you some. What do you say to that?
What's the gimmick, mister?
Well, what do you mean, gimmick?
What's in it for you? Nobody ever gave me anything for nothing.
Yeah, I like your spirit, kid. Tell you what, I'll buy you the presents. I am going to see to it that you have a Merry Christmas.
I don't want nothing from you either.
Now look, kid, either you are going to let me give you a Merry Christmas or I'll knock your little roof in.
You and who else?
Ah, that's my kind of kid. Look, we'll put the presents back, and then Mr. Harris and me, we will go out and buy you everything you want.
What are you trying to do, ruin Santa's big night? He'll bring the kid all the presents he needs.
Hey, mister.
Yeah?
Did you ever see Santa Claus?
Oh, yeah, sure. I see him every year. How'd you like to see him?
Are you kidding?
No. Mr. and Mrs. Harris have 2 kids, and they're going to wait up and see Santa this year. Why don't you come over to their house and see him with them?
Remley, what are you trying to do? He can't come over to the house and see...
Gee, mister, can I please come over to your house?
Well,
Of course you can, son. Now you return the presents and we'll take you home with us.
Thanks, lady. I'll be right back.
Oh, Alice, can't you see now this kid's going to be disillusioned?
Oh, no, he won't, Phil. You said you were going to hire someone to play Santa for our children.
Yeah, that's right. That way you'll get to see him. And I'll tell you something, I'm going to hire the best Santa that money can buy.
Hire a fake Santa if you want to, but keep him out of the way of the real one or there's going to be trouble. Hurry up, kid. We're ready to go home.
Oh, Alice, this is awful. How much trouble can you get into? Here it is, Christmas Eve, and I couldn't get anybody to play Santa Claus for the kids. I called everybody. Don Wilson, Don Quinn, Andy Devine.
Curly, look, for the last time, I tell you, you don't need anybody.
Frankie, don't you understand? It's not just my own kids I'm concerned about, but that little boy. He has all of his hopes pinned on seeing Santa.
He'll see him. Now, stop talking. Put these things on the mantel.
What's this for?
It's milk and cookies for Santa. I put them on the mantel for him every year.
All right, put them up there. Put them up there.
Okay.
Remley, can't you see I'm in trouble? If this little
Daddy,
kid don't get
Daddy, when is Santa Claus coming? Yeah, it's almost 11 o'clock. Where is he? Are you sure he's coming?
Well, you see, children,
he'll be here soon,
Oh,
kid.
Frankie. Look, kids. See, Santa might be awfully late getting here, so I'll tell you what. Let me tell you a Christmas story, and then will you run off to bed?
Well, all right, Daddy. But, gee, we wanted so much to see him.
Yeah, you promised me.
All right. Maybe next year. Now gather around me, kids, and I'm going to tell you a beautiful Christmas story. You ready? It was the night before Christmas, and all through the house, not a creature was stirring, not even a mouse. And the stockings were hung by the chimney with care, in hopes that St. Nicholas soon would be there. I thought I heard sleigh bells. No. The children were nestled, all snug in their beds, while visions of sugar plums danced through their heads. Hey, Alice, what are those bells? What's the...
Shh, quiet, Curly.
Phyllis, look in the fireplace. It's Santa Claus. The real one.
Gee, there is a Santa Claus.
But
Merry Christmas, Santa.
Frankie, who are you talking to? I don't see anybody.
The kids do. Look at them.
Mr. Rimley, you were right.
Gee, Santa, we knew you'd come.
We were waiting all evening for you.
Well, sure, we've been very good girls. Oh, what a lovely dollhouse. Thank you. Just what I wanted, roller skates.
And all these things are for me? Can I open them now? All right, Santa. I'll wait till morning. Thank you very much.
And a Merry Christmas to you, too, Santa. Of course, we'll tell them. Merry Christmas. And goodbye, Santa Claus.
I told you you'd show up, Curly.
But, Frankie, I don't get it. I heard it, but I didn't see him.
Of course you did. He sure is a nice-looking old gent.
Alice, did you see him?
Well, I'm not sure, Phil. I almost thought I saw him standing by the fireplace.
But Alice, how could it be? If he was standing there...
But Phil, what are you staring at?
The mantel. Alice, the milk and cookies. They're gone.
Alice and Phil will be back in just a moment. Paint Your Wagon has been acclaimed by critics as one of the top musicals to hit Broadway in years. And now, RCA Victor brings you the hit songs of this show with its original show cast. With James Barton, Olga San Juan, and Tony Bavar, RCA Victor's new Paint Your Wagon album is superb. It gives you such beautiful melodies as I Still See Elisa, Another Autumn, the rousing Carino Mio, and I Talk to the Trees. And the words and music are written by the same combination of Alan J. Lerner and Frederick Lowe, who brought you Brigadoon. Yes, RCA Victor's Paint Your Wagon album is good news. Stop in at your RCA Victor record dealers tomorrow and get your copy of this album. It will make a wonderful Christmas present because it's the gift that keeps on giving. Buy it in any of 3 record speeds. the new Paint Your Wagon album on RCA Victor Records. And now, here's wishing you and your family a Merry Christmas from RCA Victor.
Folks, this is Phil again. Please remember what a wonderful job you're doing every time you buy Christmas seals. Let's all help fight tuberculosis. Alice and I and our entire cast add our wishes for your holiday happiness. I started to say Hollywood happiness.
Oh, that's good, too.
Hollywood happiness
all right.
and holiday happiness. Merry Christmas, everybody. Thanks, and good night.
And Merry Christmas, everybody.
This program is produced and directed by Paul Phillips. Remember, whether you're buying a television set, a radio, a Victrophonograph, or records, put your faith in the cornerstone of American home entertainment for 3 generations. RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in television.
Next, Theater Guild on the Air stars Rex Harrison on NBC.
Performance USA, the greatest entertainers in America, as requested by you, the fighting men of the United States Armed Forces throughout the world. Command Performance presented this week and every week till it's over. Over there. Okay there, men, here's that big league show of yours where all the players are all stars and everyone a 4-letter star, with letters from the Army, the Navy, the Marines, and the Coast Guard. So let's get rolling with the Command Officer of Command Performance tonight, your choice for Master of Ceremonies, Mr. Edward Arnold.
Thank you, Paul Douglas. Hello, fellows. You know, here in Hollywood, when an actor is away from the set, they shoot around him till he gets back. Right now, we're shooting around you fellows who are doing the shooting over there. But we're going full blast with production. Now, speaking of shooting, Command Performance is really going to shoot the works tonight with a cast that's bigger than a 16-gun salute. From North Island to Australia and from Africa to Aruba, your letters have poured in for a famous lady and a famous song that she introduced just 25 years ago. And, fellows, here they are, assisted by Reginald Bean, Laura Vaughan, and Ella Lashley, and the St. Louis Blues, and Ethel Waters.
I hate to see that evening sun go down. I hate to see that evening sun go down. 'Cause my sweet man done left me in this town. If I'm feeling tomorrow like I feel today, feeling tomorrow like I feel today, I'm packing my grip and making my getaway. While that St. Louis woman that wore them diamond rings led my man around by her apron strings. If it wasn't for her powder and for her noble hair, the man I love wouldn't have gone nowhere, nowhere. But the St. Louis blues, and I'm blue as I can be. My man's got a heart like a rock has in the sea. Or else he wouldn't have gone so far from me. just ain't coming back no more. Got my railroad blues, railroad fare. Feel like riding and I get nowhere. Even get me a train 15 coaches long. When you look for waters, I'll be gone. The train I ride is marked fantasy. Carry me back yonder to Tennessee to my dear old mama and dad. That's the time I ever had. So long, 'cause I'm on my way.
Thank you, Ethel Waters and the trio. And thanks to Konstantin Bakalanikoff and the RKO Studio Orchestra, appearing through the courtesy of Local 47. And now for Corporal KDL at APO 958, for MAB at that embassy in Quito, Ecuador, and for 14 Pennsylvania Irishmen now in North Island, the strangest phenomena of the 20th century, the only living fish mimic, Richard Haydn.
Ladies and gentlemen, I stand before this microphone, the only natural fish mimic in the entire universe. There are, of course, other mimics, but none so completely natural as myself. This is no time for tittering. I am married, having a wife and 2 children, and in passing it is interesting to note that they cannot imitate fish at all. In appearance, I am rising 63, of medium stature, having a whitish hair, a pointed face, glasses, and a fawn moustache. And looking at me, it is difficult to imagine why I have been endowed with this great gift. By great gift, I of course refer to my powers of fish mimicry, and not to my fawn moustache. I did not discover my great gift until, as you see, late in years, and the method of its discovery is in itself highly entertaining. I must insist upon a deathly hush. To use the words of one critic after my first recital, it does not seem possible in this day and age that such things can occur. Some 5 years ago, I was out shopping when a errand boy dropped a package upon my foot. As is natural under such circumstances, I cried out, inadvertently emitting the call of the goby or sea squirt. And a well-known fishmonger who was passing on a bus got off and said, "That voice is a gold mine." My reply was, "What do you mean?" And over a cup of tea he told me. Since that day, my life has been one long extravaganza. When I decided I don't want to have to get ugly. When I decided to allow the world to share my great gift by going on the stage, my friends all said, "You must be mad. That life will kill you." My reply was, "Well, we will see." I will now give you a demonstration of one of my most superhuman feats. I will imitate the call of the red-bellied gudgeon or a blushing fish. This call is so high in the scale as to be completely mostly inaudible to the human eardrum. Dog. You'll do yourself an injury. Dogs can hear it, however, as their eardrums are highly sensitive. And it is also audible to a certain lady friend of mine, Mrs. Phelps, who lives on the Norfolk Broad, and who has been endowed, through some caprice of Mother Nature, with the eardrums of a elk hound. Silence, I beg of you. I will now give the call of the red-bellied gudgeon or blushing fish, and although you will hear practically nothing, I advise you to watch the expression on your dog's face. Should you chance to have him or her with you. Are you ready? Now will you be perfectly quiet and watch your dog's faces? Amazing, is it not?
Thank you, Richard Haydn. Well, men, in your letters to command performance, you ask for the best and you'll continue to get it until that duration becomes reality. And that's why tonight, in answer to those letters from Australia, Trinidad, and the Canal Zone, from ships in the Pacific and the Atlantic, from you men on the islands out there west of the West Coast, from pilots and bombardiers, from men in the tank corps and infantry, and hundreds more, your country's greatest violinist, Yasha Heifetz. By worldwide command of the AEF, accompanied by Emmanuel Bay, Mr. Heifetz plays Schubert's Ave Maria. his concluding selection, Mr. Heifetz plays Drigo's Valse Bluette. Thank you, Yasha Heifetz. On behalf of Uncle Sam's fighting men throughout the world. You know, fellas, it's seldom that one program, a program that there's so much music on, an abundance of musical genius. You've just heard the world's greatest violinist, Yasha Heifetz, and now standing before me is another great violinist. I'm sure you'll all be thrilled to hear him.
Well, I hope so.
That great American violinist virtuoso, Jack Benny.
Thank you, Edward Arnold. You know, fellas, I'm in a terribly embarrassed position tonight, as it just so happens, well, you may not believe this, but the two numbers that I had prepared for this evening were the same two numbers that Mr. Heifetz chose to play. When I heard Mr. Heifetz play the first number, I said to myself, oh, Jack, this is just a coincidence. I still have one more. But when I heard him play the second one, I damn near swooned. Of course, our technique is entirely different. You see, Mr. Heifetz is more of a straight violinist, whereas I go in for novelties. In fact, last week, at a benefit performance, I played a beautiful song called When the Swallows Return to Capistrano. This was quite novel, as I had a string attached to the little finger of my bow arm. And in this number, When the Swallows Return to Capistrano, as I would draw my bow to and fro across the violin, it would ring a mission bell. I also gulped frequently to indicate swallows. People are still talking about it. Of course, fellas, I'd like to point out, as long as I have to play on the program this evening, is that at least Mr. Heifetz's violin and mine are entirely different. You see, Mr. Heifetz has an Italian violin. I believe it's a Stradivarius. I bought mine at 3rd and Main. I got a hell of a buy on it. Of course, I'm in kind of a spot now. I hardly know what to do, as both of my selections have been, shall I say, nipped by Mr. Heifetz. Let's see. Mr. Heifetz. Mr. Heifetz. Mr. Heifetz, I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Benny.
Benny?
Yes, Jack Benny. I'm a violinist, too, you know.
Oh, yes. You're a radio comedian, aren't you?
Oh, well, I do dabble in radio occasionally, but my real talent lies in the field of music. And incidentally, I do want to congratulate you on your rendition of those two selections.
Thank you so much.
Which I had intended to play.
Well, I'm sorry that happened. If you'd spoken to me before this program, I could have substituted other numbers.
Well, it doesn't really make any difference because I have other numbers up my sleeve, too, brother. But I was just thinking, Mr. Heifetz, rather than playing a solo, it might be a good idea if we played a duet together. What the hell are you laughing at? What do you say?
Why, I think that would be rather amusing. Is there anything in particular you'd care to suggest?
Oh, I don't know. I'll leave that to you, Mr. Heifetz. What would you suggest?
Well, let's see. How about Paganini's Perpetuum Mobile?
Well, what was that? What was that, Mr. Heifetz?
Paganini.
Paganini's
Paganini.
Perpetuum Mobile. Oh. Well, I'll tell you the truth, Mr. Heifetz, that song has been done to death. Isn't there something else you could suggest? I mean, something?
Yes, I suppose so. Let's see. How about the Saint-Saëns introduction and Rondo Capriccioso?
Well,
you know,
the sun.
You know.
Yes, I see. I don't know. That number never seemed to get anywhere. I mean, people don't hum it, you know. Look, Mr. Heifetz, how about our playing Love in Bloomiocio? It's very catchy.
Blooming what?
Love in Bloomiocio.
Love in Bloomiocio?
Yeah.
Bloomiocio. I don't believe I know that one.
He's supposed to be a great violinist. Well, look, Mr. Heifetz, let's you and I play. I have a suggestion. We'll play McDowell's to a Wild Rose. How would that be?
McDowell's to a Wild Rose?
Yeah, you know, Jeanette McDowell's to a Wild Rose. Shall we?
Yes. But, unfortunately, I haven't rehearsed that number in years.
Good. If you take the first strain, I'll take the second, and we'll alternate throughout the number. And then, could I have A, please? That's close enough, I think. We have an introduction. You take the first strain, will you, Mr. Heifetz? Thank you. If you please. Yes. McDowell's to Wild Rose. An introduction, please. You please, Mr. Heifetz.
Thank you.
I'll take it from here. Honest, folks, can you tell the difference? Continue, Mr. Heifetz, please.
How am I doing, Mr. Benny?
Very good. Oh, pardon me, Mr. Heifetz. I believe right there in that last strain. Oh, I see. I'm so sorry. But, look, I didn't mean to interrupt there, but look, Mr. Heifetz, I did think in that last strain, if I remember correctly, you should have played it in double stop. May I show you? May I show you what I meant in that? Something like this. See what I mean there?
Much better.
Much better.
Much better.
Now, I have a little cadenza in here.
Go ahead.
How was that?
Shall we continue?
Yes. I'll G-string it here. I bet you thought I was going to be lousy, didn't you?
Thank you, Yasha Heifetz and Jack Benny. Well, fellows, as Jack Benny just said when he put his violin back in the mothballs, that's all, brother. Again next week, Command Performance will be on deck to show a good time to you guys who are giving the actors a bad time. This is Edward Arnold speaking from Hollywood, where the stars come through with flying colors for you men who keep the colors flying over there. And by the way, fellows, if you run across a little jerk named Hitler and he's complaining about the summer heat, tell him it's not half as hot as the hell he's going to get from Uncle Sam. So long. That's it, fellas. Command Performance USA and good night from the stars you've just heard. We're on 24-hour watch for those letters, men, so keep them rolling into Command Performance, care of the station to which you're listening, and your big show will be rolling out to you each week and every week till it's over there. This is Paul Douglas saying the best of the best from the USA.
Please, here is Eddie and Ida's first anniversary gift of the evening. Dinah Shore singing Let's Get Lost.
Let's get lost, lost in each other's arms. Get lost, let them send out along, and though they'll think us rather rude, let's tell the world we're in that we found each other the same. found each other. Let's get lost.
Wasn't Dinah grand, Harry? She's so versatile, sings so many new songs. Gosh, I just can't get over how different show business was 29 years ago, Harry.
It was, huh?
In those days in vaudeville, you could use an act for years. Would you believe it? I used to repeat the same jokes week after week after week. It was just a case of traveling from one city to another to do it.
Yeah, well, it's certainly different with radio.
Well, of course.
Oh, now you don't travel.
Yeah. He laughs at his own. All right, so I occasionally repeat a joke. My motto is that anything worthwhile can stand repetition. And it's a good policy for you to follow, too, Harry.
Me?
Yes. Take the advice you give our listeners about how they can feel better faster. That's mighty worthwhile and worth repetition. As a matter of fact, why don't you repeat it right now, Harry?
All right, thanks. I will, Eddie. Ladies and gentlemen, the next time you wake up in the morning feeling headachy and out of sorts due to the need of a laxative, remember that Sal Hepatica helps you feel better faster. Because then Sal Hepatica brings quick, gentle relief, usually within an hour. And that's important, for it means you no longer have to wait till night to take the laxative you need in the morning. No longer have to risk feeling miserable all day. And here's something else worth remembering about this famous mineral salt laxative.
Sparkling Sal Hepatica also helps sweeten an upset stomach by helping to reduce excess gastric acidity.
So get a bottle of Sal Hepatica from your druggist tonight or tomorrow. It's important to use only as directed. Then anytime you need a laxative, morning, noon, or night, see how much faster you feel better when you take gentle, speedy Sal Hepatica.
How about the drugs?
Eddie, your guests are getting hungry.
Well, I know it, Harry, and I can't understand what's delaying their food. Gosh, by now they should have salads and hors d'oeuvres too, but where is my chef?
How do you do?
Russian, I wanted a French chef for my party. Russians don't make good cooks.
No, who do you think is cooking Hitler's goose?
Well, no, chef. Who did you ever work for?
Hedy Lamarr. I was fired because I had a little trouble with my favorite dish.
What was your favorite dish?
Hedy Lamarr.
My guests are getting impatient. What's delaying dinner, Russian?
The soup receipt.
Yeah.
It says, stir soup while boiling. So it's boiling, I'm stirring. It's boiling, I'm stirring. And finally, I can't stand it.
Why not?
It's burning my fingers.
Don't be ridiculous. You don't start. How is the rest of the food coming along?
Frankly, I'm having a little trouble with the seasoning.
Why?
On the roast goose, I am putting a pinch of salt, a pinch of pepper, and a pinch of paprika. Suddenly, the maid is slapping my face.
Why?
Wrong pinch.
Oh, get out of here. Yes, Cookie?
Oh, Master, some guests are arriving. They are?
George Burns and Gracie Allen.
Well, Eddie, we just want to say congratulations, and Gracie has a present.
Oh, my goodness, Mr. Cantor. Imagine you being married for 29 years. Well, you certainly look it.
Gracie, just give Eddie the present you got for him. I don't know what it is, Eddie. Gracie picked it up.
Oh, yeah.
Well, Eddie, it's just a little something you can take along on your honeymoon.
Honeymoon? We had that 29 years ago.
Oh, really? The same year you were married, huh?
Yeah, they killed two birds with one stone.
And, oh, what an embarrassing thing that was. I was so broke that Ida had to pay for the honeymoon.
No.
Yes.
Oh, well, I'll have to get with Ida and compare prices.
Of course, I paid her back as soon as I went back to work.
Well, I'm sure George will, too.
Gracie, just give Eddie his anniversary present.
Oh, yes. It's in this package.
Gee, I'm excited. What is it, Gracie?
Well, you know the 25th anniversary is silver,
Yeah.
and the 30th is pearl. So, this being in between the two...
Yes, yes.
I got this handkerchief.
A handkerchief? Gracie, is that all you're giving Eddie for his anniversary?
Oh, no, I wrote a poem, but that's for Ida.
Well, Ida's here. Let's hear it.
All right. Congratulations to you, Ida. From Gracie, sweet as apple cider.
Wait a minute. Gracie, Ida is supposed to be sweet as apple cider, not you.
But, Judge, how would that sound? Congratulations to you, Ida. You're supposed to be as sweet as apple cider. Sounds like I don't believe it.
Okay, read on.
The husband you picked was a mighty good choice. Too bad he couldn't have had a few boys.
Boys, yeah.
Yes. I'm sure he's kind, a good protector. I'll bet you're glad you married Hector.
Hector? Gracie Allen, my name happens to be Eddie.
Well, that doesn't rhyme. Now stop interrupting. You've had him for 29 years, that's true. But a retread can make him as good as new. Yes, Ida Cantor, we two are the same. We both got our husbands with riches and fame. They're sweet and gentle. They're our little pigeons. But I'll bet we both wish we had gotten Walter.
Oh, Walter Pigeon?
Walter Pigeon.
Eddie, call us when dinner
I'll
is
call
ready.
you.
Come on.
So long, Gracie. Goodbye. See you later. Wait a minute. What is that racket?
Cantor, I am serving a sizzling platter. And look how fancy I've placed the roast chicken on his back.
On his back? Russian, that chicken is standing on his legs.
Give me that stick, I'll kill it.
A fine chef. I hope you killed the roast goose.
Don't worry. He's a dead pigeon.
Yeah.
That goose is now sizzling in the oven at 400 degrees for
Fahrenheit.
That's me.
No. You don't? I can't help laughing at you.
At who?
At you.
Gesundheit.
No. You're crazy. I didn't sneeze.
You didn't? Then give me back my Gesundheit.
Oh, stop. Look, are you sure you put the roast goose under a hot flame?
Well, positively.
Well, tell me, how did you dress him?
I just put him in one of your old suits.
Look, you're impossible. Listen, Russian, when the roast goose is ready, have my English butler serve it.
You got an English butler?
Well, of course.
Has he got bushy eyebrows and a very British face?
Well, that's right.
No wonder that roast goose was wearing a monocle.
Get back in the kitchen. Get out of here. More guests. I wonder who it can be.
Announcing Mr. Groucho Marx.
Well, this is a surprise. Eddie Cantor, as I live and breathe.
What's such a surprise?
You're still living and I'm still breathing.
Well, anyway, it was nice of you to drop in. Aren't you going to congratulate me?
Why, of course. What is it, a boy or a girl?
Groucho, look at me. It's Eddie Cantor.
Well, that's pretty confusing. You gave birth to Eddie Cantor?
No, Groucho, it's my wedding anniversary. Don't you understand? I've been married 29 years to the same woman.
Well, there's no use getting mad at me. You've got no one to blame but yourself.
No, Groucho, please understand. I've been married 29 years to the same woman.
Well, don't give up now. Just hang on. And if nobody calls for her at the end of 30 years, she's yours.
Oh, Dinah, will you come here? Come here, will you? Groucho, I'd like you to meet a lovely Southern belle. This is Dinah Shaw.
Why, Mr. Marks, it sure is a pleasure.
Well, it sure is a pleasure to meet you, Miss Shaw, I'm sure.
Thank you. I'm mighty pleased at making your acquaintance, sir.
Listen, kids.
Quiet, Yankee.
Are y'all from the South, Mr. Marks?
Why, sure enough. I'm a big plantation man. I spend most of my time picking tobacco.
By the bale?
No, by the butt.
Groucho, you are certainly loaded with corn.
Well, what do you all expect from a Kentucky colonel?
I see they drafted your writers, too, huh?
What's that?
I said you ought to have new writers.
I've got new writers. I've had a pain in my shoulder for the last 3 weeks.
See you later. Bye now.
Goodbye.
Yeah, Groucho, how about some champagne? You can have your choice. Veuve Clicquot.
I've made my choice.
Quiet. I mean to drink. Veuve Clicquot, vintage 28, or Paul Roger, bottle 32.
Here comes the plug. I'd rather have a short beer, draft 15. Make it Pabst Blue Ribbon. After all, I have 2 children and a sponsor to support in Blue Ribbon Town.
Oh, you got that right. But Groucho...
Yes, it was a pretty long speech.
You'll enjoy drinking champagne.
Hey, don't speech,
yes.
too.
You'll enjoy drinking champagne, Groucho.
Would you mind me making that speech over again?
No! Stop now. We're late already. Look. You've enjoyed drinking champagne. Don't you like to have Bubbles tickle your nose?
I don't know. I never met Bubbles. What's her phone number? Maybe she'll let me tickle her nose. Who knows?
Oh, you fool. This is a great party, isn't it, Groucho? I feel marvelous. Just think I've been married 29 years.
Yes, Eddie, it's wonderful. Marriage always makes me feel sentimental. I'll never forget the time I went on my honeymoon. I cried like a baby.
Why?
You know a better way to get to Niagara Falls than half fare?
Soup John! Oh!
Frighten me like that.
Wait, Russian, when you say soup town, why do you scream?
It's on me!
Quiet. Groucho, this is my chef, the Mad Russian.
Well, with a face like that, I'd be mad, too. Let me congratulate you, Russian. I've seen off-the-face hats, but this is the first time I ever saw an off-the-face face.
That calls for a duel, sir. And there is only one thing that keeps me from fighting for my honor.
And what's that?
Who's got honor?
He wants to fight a duel. Why, Russian, if you were half a man. Wait a minute, you are half a man. What happened to the other half?
Meat shortage.
Back in the kitchen, monster.
Hey, Russian, remember to serve some Philadelphia cream cheese. Understand? Philadelphia cream cheese.
Right, I'll be back in a sneeze with the cheese. Gesundheit.
All right.
Well, I'll see you later, Eddie. My feet are killing me. I think I'll take off my shoes and rest my feet. Or maybe I should take off my feet and rest my shoes. I can always get another pair of feet.
Groucho, if I don't see you later, thanks for coming to my wedding anniversary.
Why, Eddie, are you married?
Of course I'm married. Where do you think I got my 5 children?
Out front, applauding like mad.
Oh, get out.
Oh, Eddie, this is a grand party. No, I'm having a record made of this program as a souvenir.
Great idea, Harry. A few years from now, you should get a big kick out of it, hearing the whole gang and all the laughs.
Oh, that's right. I wish I could have taken a movie of it so I could see the laughs.
See the laughs?
Yeah. Well, at least the smiles, especially of Gracie and Dinah.
Yes, Harry. They've been having a lot of fun, and it's a pleasure to watch them.
Yes, you're right. It is a pleasure, Eddie, and they certainly bear out what we've been saying about lovely women having attractive smiles. You know, Eddie, they prove a point everyone agrees on. The importance of an attractive smile to a woman's loveliness. But not everyone gives his smile the intelligent care it deserves. And it's so easy, ladies and gentlemen, when you see your dentist regularly and between visits faithfully use iPana toothpaste and gum massage. Because healthy gums are mighty important to sound teeth and sparkling smiles. And iPana is not only unsurpassed for cleaning and brightening teeth, but when used with massage, it is especially designed to give gums the stimulation they need to help keep them firm and healthy. So adopt this famous healthful routine.
Brush your teeth regularly with iPana toothpaste. And every time you do, put a little extra iPana on your brush or fingertip and massage it on your gums.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, for firmer, brighter teeth and naturally a more attractive smile, decide now to massage with iPana toothpaste.
Harry, what's keeping the mad rush? Is it so hard to get Philadelphia cream cheese?
Well, I don't know. I'll look for him.
Will you?
Oh, Master.
Yes, Cookie.
There's a Western Union boy here with a telegram.
A Western Union? Well, send him in.
Telegram for Eddie Cantor.
It's Jack Benny, a Western Union boy. Jack, you're delivering a telegram? I don't understand.
Well, it's very simple, Eddie. See, I went to Western Union to send you an anniversary wire. Then I figured till they're able to send you a boy, you'll be waiting and waiting. And, you know, Eddie, you know what it is to wait for a boy.
But, Jack, it doesn't seem right for you to deliver your own telegram.
Why not? I paid for it. I paid for every word of it.
All right.
Myself.
All right, read it, Jack. Read it.
Certainly I'll read it. I paid for it.
I know you
out of my own money. I paid for the telegram.
Jack, you told me you paid
out of my own shoes.
All right. What does it say?
Says to Eddie Cantor, Beverly Hills. And it's a straight wire. This is not a night letter.
I know.
I paid for a straight wire. I know.
Read it. Will you please read it?
No, I can show you the receipt.
Please, Jack, read it.
Receipt from Jack Benny, 35
Not the
cents.
receipt. The wire. Read the wire, will you?
You mean the one I paid for?
You...
Heartiest congratulations on your anniversary. Good luck to you, Ann.
Well, go on.
Go on, Eddie. That's 10 words. I paid for the 10 words.
But, Jack, the wire is unfinished. Good luck to me and who? Who, Jack? Who?
Eddie, if you don't know your wife's name by now, don't blame me. I mean, who else could it be? Aunt Jemima, Count Fleet? Who is it?
All right, Jack. You wrote out a wire to me. It's very nice. You delivered it personally. Thanks very much. All right, Jack. I said thanks very much. What are you waiting for?
No tip? I paid for it.
All right, you paid for it. How do you like that, Jack? Hello?
Long distance for Eddie Cantor.
Long distance? What? I'll take it. Hello?
Kemper, this is Matt speaking. It's terrible. It's terrible.
Russian, what's so terrible? And why are you calling long distance? Where are you?
I'm in Philadelphia. They got no green fees.
Listen, Eddie, I'm sure Jack Benny and Burns and Allen and Groucho Marx and all of your guests would enjoy hearing you sing some of your songs that were popular 29 years ago. How about it?
By the sea, by the sea, by the beautiful sea, you and I, oh how happy we'll be. When each wave comes a-rolling in, we will duck or swim, and we'll float and fool around the water, over and under, and then up for air. Pa's rich, Ma's rich, so no what do we care? I love to be beside your side, beside the sea, beside the seaside, by the beautiful sea. When you are a tulip, a sweet yellow tulip, and I wore a big red rose. When you caressed me, 'twas then heaven blessed me. What a blessing, no one knows. You made life cheery when you called me dearie. 'Twas down where the bluegrass grows. Your lips were sweeter than julep when you wore a tulip, and I wore a big red rose. I love the cows and chickens, but this is life. This is a life. I love to raise the chickens while I'm cabareting where the band is playing. I love the homemade cider, but I'd rather have wine. No more picking berries, me for cocktail cherries. This is the life. This is the life. This is the life for mine. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you, Jack Benny, George Burns, Gracie Allen, and Groucho Marx. It's really been a wonderful anniversary for me.
Pardon the interruption.
What is it, Cookie?
But did you know that the last 17 minutes of last week's program only went as far as Colorado and never reached the east? I wonder why.
The jokes were too old to make the trip. No, Cookie, look. The lines were down. We had to tell the people because they've been writing in and wiring. But be with us next week, ladies and gentlemen, when our guest will be my very good friend, Joey Brown. And in the meantime, don't forget the two products that make our Wednesdays together possible. Ipana for the smile of beauty, Sal Hepatica for the smile of health. Ipana, Sal Hepatica. And so remember, I love to spend each Wednesday with you. As friend to friend, I'm sorry it's true. Good night.
Doctors prove the Palmolive plan brings 2 out of 3 women lovelier complexions in 14 days. For the Palmolive plan was tested on women with all types of skin. Dry, oily, even skin that was not clear. Yes, regardless of age, type of skin, or previous beauty care, 36 doctors proved the 14-day Palmolive plan brings fresher, brighter, younger-looking complexions. So get Palmolive soap and start your 14-day Palmolive plan now.
Ladies and gentlemen, Dennis Day.
What makes life seem worthwhile dwells in your eyes and the spell of your smile.
Dennis Day is brought to you by Colgate Dental Cream and Luster Cream Shampoo. Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous dream girl hair. The Dennis Day Show with Barbara Eiler, B. Benaderet, Dink Trout, Charles Dant in the orchestra, and yours truly, Vern Smith, is written by Frank Galen and stars our popular young singer in A Day in the Life of Dennis Day. Here's Dennis to sing that fine old Come All Ye, the same old shillelagh.
Sure, and 50 years ago, me father left O'Leary shore. He landed here, shillelagh in hand, and divil a penny more. He got a job and then a wife and raised a family. And when he died, he left his old shillelagh stick to me. Sure, it was same old shillelagh me father brought from Ireland. And divil a one was prouder than he as he walked with it in his hand. He led the parade on Paddy's Day and twirled it round his bit. And divil a one would monkey with it or me dad would have the fit. With that same old shillelagh me father could lick a dozen men. As fast as they got up, begorra, he'd knock 'em down again. And many's the time he used it on me for to make me understand. The same old shillelagh me father brought from Ireland. I'm going on the police force, it's the only thing to do. Instead of having one night stick, begorra, I'll have 2. And if I get into a fight, no one will bother me. But I'll have the old shillelagh stick me father left to me. Sure, it's the same old shillelagh me father brought from Ireland. And divil a one was prouder than he as he walked with it in his hand. He led the parade on Paddy's Day and twirled it round his mitt. And divil a one was monkey with it, or me dad would have a fit. Where the same old shillelagh me father could lick a dozen men. As fast as they got up, begorra, he'd knock 'em down again. And many's the time he used it on me for to make me understand. The same old shillelagh me father brought from Ireland.
Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth.
No other toothpaste does a better job of cleaning teeth than Colgate Dental Cream. For Colgate Dental Cream has a safe polishing agent that cleans your teeth both gently and thoroughly, brings out their natural sparkle and beauty. You can actually see and feel the difference.
And scientific tests prove that Colgate Dental Cream cleans your breath while it cleans your teeth. Yes, actual scientific tests prove conclusively that in 7 out of 10 cases, Colgate instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth.
Colgate Dental Cream is famous for its wonderful wake-up flavor, too. Nationwide tests of leading toothpastes prove that Colgate's is preferred for flavor over every other brand tested. Yes, preferred over every other brand tested.
And no wonder. For Colgate Dental Cream is the result of constant effort to produce the finest toothpaste in the world today. For cleaning teeth, for flavor, for sweetening breath.
So see if you don't agree with the millions who have made Colgate Dental Cream America's favorite toothpaste. Try Colgate Dental Cream to bring out the natural sparkle and beauty of your teeth. For a wake-up flavor you'll thoroughly enjoy.
And always use Colgate Dental Cream after you eat and before every date to clean your breath while you clean your teeth. Well, there's great excitement this week in the adopted town of our young hero, Dennis Day, for this is the week of the annual Weaverville Hobby Show. As usual, his landlord and lady, the Andersons, have each worked on a project, but unfortunately only Herbert has produced an entry. His scale model of a ship has already been sent to the display, but alas, Mrs. Anderson's carefully nurtured box petunia has failed to produce so much as a bud. She's inconsolable as she gazes at it.
Oh, my poor flower. My poor dear flower.
Oh, now, there, little cuddle girl.
It wasn't your fault, Mother. It was just bad luck.
Not even a bud. And I've tried so hard to help the poor thing grow. I even took the heater out of Dennis's room and stood it next to it all winter.
Well, now, don't you feel unhappy about the hobby show, lover. I've entered my model ship in your name as well as mine.
Oh, Herbert, did you really?
Yes. And what's more, I've named it after you. The Poopsie.
The what?
It's written right across the Poopsie deck.
Herbert, I don't care for that sort of humor.
Sorry, my dear. I can't think what came over me.
What's more, I don't want that name bandied about in public. You will change the name of your boat to the Clara.
Yes, my rapture.
Morning, everyone.
Oh, hi, Dennis.
Hello.
Good morning, my son.
Gee, Mrs. Anderson, I didn't sleep a wink last night when I heard about your poor little petunia. Mr. Anderson broke the news to me just as I was putting on my overcoat to go to bed.
Yes, and I've promised everyone in town a big surprise, too. Every year something terrible happens to me at hobby show time.
Yeah, last year you sent over that fancy cake you'd baked, and they entered it in the millinery exhibit by mistake.
Oh, it didn't do badly, though, Poopsie. It took second prize.
But I can't understand it. How could the judges think my cake was a lady's hat?
Maybe they tasted it.
Dennis.
Huh?
Today is St. Patrick's Day, isn't it?
Yes, ma'am.
Why don't you take a nice walk down the street, whistling God Save the King? Come along, Herbert.
Oh, darn it, now she's mad at me again. Just when I wanted her to like me well enough to spare my life when she hears the news.
The news? What are you talking about?
Well, Mildred, a few weeks ago I did a foolish thing. I know that doesn't sound like me, but I did.
Oh, what?
Well, you know the baby picture contest Peak Magazine was running? $300 for first prize?
Oh, the cutest hot contest? Yes, what about it?
I entered a picture in it, and it won.
But, Dennis, that's wonderful.
But somehow I don't think so. You see, the picture I sent in was one of your mother when she was 3 years old.
My mother? Well, why did you do that?
I don't know. I ran across it in your family album, and it was so... Well, at that age, ferociousness is cute.
I still don't see why you're so upset. Suppose Mother's picture did win.
But you don't understand. The magazine is sending a photographer here to take more pictures of the winner.
Oh.
He'll probably be a little surprised when he sees your mother.
Oh, my gosh, of course he will.
And even if he weren't, I doubt if she'd pose on a white fur rug in the condition he expects.
Gets out, she'll be laughed out of town.
Yeah, and I was counting on that prize money to get me in good with her.
Dennis, There might be a way to save it yet. What we need is a baby.
Mildred, he's coming this afternoon. Even if we got married right this minute, there wouldn't be...
I mean, we have to borrow one.
Oh.
Now, let's see. Who do we know who has a baby?
Well, the fellow who delivers my laundry has one, and he... No, his baby might not do.
Well, why not? Who is he? What's his name?
Hip Sing Lung Fu.
I'm afraid you're right. Say, wait. How about Mrs. Rogers? She has a baby, and she's always looking for a place for it while she's at work.
Oh, but Mrs. Rogers' kid is only a year old. Your mother was 3 when that picture was taken.
Well, we can make him look older.
Him? When it comes time to explain that one, you take over.
Dennis, stop being silly. Now, look, you go over to Mrs. Rogers' house and tell her you've just opened a nursery for the babies of working mothers. Tell her on it.
I'll try.
Tell her.
Well, okay, I just hope this works.
Of course it will. What are you doing there?
Putting my ring on the third finger of my left hand. If I'm going to be a mother, I want to look right.
Yes?
How do you do, Mrs. Rogers? I'm Mr. Day of the Day Nursery.
The Day Nursery?
We take complete charge of your baby all day while you work for only $1.
Only $1? Oh, well, that's very reasonable. Can you feed them properly for so little money?
Madam, our food is not only healthy, but there's plenty of it. Every one of your baby sandwiches will be on whole wheat bread and come with French fried potatoes.
French fried potatoes?
And what's more, your child will be taught proper table manners. He won't be handled the way some parents handle babies.
What do you mean?
Believe me, if he burps after his meals, he better excuse himself.
Mr. Day.
And that isn't all we do for the little tyke. He'll get a bath every single day. We hand him some soap and a towel and throw him into the bathtub. And when I come back into that bathroom, he better be clean.
You mean you put babies into a bathtub and then leave them there all alone?
Well, madam, some of the kids are of my opposite sex.
Oh, Mr. Day, you must be out of your mind. You've never been anywhere near a nursery in your whole life.
I said something that caused you to lose confidence in me?
Well, what do you think?
Yeah, I might have known. Well, I better tell you the truth, Mrs. Rogers. You see, Mildred Anderson and I thought...
Mildred Anderson? You mean Clara and Herbert's child?
Yeah.
Is she in this with you?
Yeah, you see, we thought...
Oh, well, why didn't you say so? I'd be glad to let Mildred take care of my baby.
Oh, yeah?
Of course, she's a wonderful girl and very reliable. But don't you go near him or the deal's off, you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
I like my baby the way he is. Now, you stay here and I'll go get him. And I'll give you some extras, too.
Extras?
Well, of course. Mildred's going to change him, isn't she?
How do you like that? And she just said she liked him the way he is.
We'll continue this day in the life of Dennis Day in just a moment. Meanwhile, here's Dennis to sing his RCA Victor recording of Clancy Lowered the Boom.
Clancy was the peaceful man, if you know what I mean. The cops picked up the pieces after Clancy left the scene. He never looked for trouble, that's a fact you can assume. But nevertheless, when trouble would press, Clancy lowered the boom. Oh, that Clancy! Oh, that Clancy! Whenever they got his Irish up, Clancy lowered the boom, 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 boom. O'Leary was the fighting man, they all knew he was tough. He strutted round the neighborhood, shooting off his guff. He picked a fight with Clancy, then and there he sealed his doom. Before you could shout, O'Leary, look out! Clancy lowered the boom. Oh, that Clancy! Oh, that Clancy! Whenever they got his Irish up, Clancy lowered the boom, 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 boom. Now Clancy left the barber shop with tonic on his hair. He walked into the pool room and he met O'Reilly there. O'Reilly said, for goodness sake, now do I smell perfume? Before you could sack your cue in the rack, Clancy lowered the boom. Oh, that Clancy! Oh, that Clancy! Whenever they got his Irish up, Clancy lowered the boom, 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 boom. Marooney walked into the bar and ordered up a round. He left his drink to telephone and Clancy drank it down. Marooney said, who drunk me drink, I lay him in his tune. Before you could pat the top of your hat, Clancy lowered the boom. Oh, that Clancy! Oh, that Clancy! Whenever they got his Irish up, Clancy Lord the Broom. No, he still doesn't look old enough, Mildred. Nowhere near 3.
Oh, I know.
Better give me a couple more locks of your hair to paste on his head.
Golly, Dennis, you'll have me bald.
Yeah, but just think, if this doesn't work, I'll be scalped.
All right. Here. And do try to paste it on evenly this time.
Okay. Steady, baby. Steady.
Darn it, there he goes again. You'll have to rock him in your arms like you did before.
Yeah. Nice, baby. Good baby. Rock-a-bye, baby, on the treetop. When the wind blows, the cradle will rock. Gee, it works every time, doesn't it?
Yes, but he still doesn't look as old as he should.
Well, do you think we should paint a mustache on him?
Don't be silly. But maybe if he had some eyebrows. Wait a minute. Here, try these over his eyes.
All right. Steady, baby. There.
Huh. How do you think he looks now?
Like John L. Lewis's kid.
Well, I just don't know what we're going to do. That photographer will be here any minute. I know he has a reservation at the hotel for early.
Right. Take Mr. Reiner's bags, boy. You going to be with us long, Mr. Reiner?
Just overnight. The Anderson baby over at 321 Elm Street won my magazine's cutest tot contest, and I'm here to get some more pictures.
Herb and Clara? Why, they got no baby.
No?
No.
Well, just take a look at this photograph.
Huh? Why, holy smoke. That is a baby. And it looks just like Pupsy, too. That same scowl, only with dimples.
You mean you didn't know they had a baby?
Why, nobody did. How do you like that? So that's the surprise she had for the town. Hey, Sam, Ed, Janie, Frank, Louise, come here. What do you know? The Andersons got a baby. A baby.
There he goes again, Dennis. Rock him quick.
Yeah, nice baby. Fine baby. Don't know what to call him, but he's mighty like a rose. Ah, he likes me. Hello, baby. Hello, Jimmy boy. Hey, see that?
Yes, but he's supposed to be a girl, Dennis, remember? You better get used to the idea.
Oh, yeah. Hello, baby. Hello, Clara, honey.
Oh, golly, now, look.
But we're only kidding, baby. You're really a big, fine, strong man. Sure.
Come on, we simply got to paste some more hair on him if we're going to convince that photographer he's free. Oh, my gosh, Dennis, there he is. Quick, get there before someone else can start talking to him.
Yeah. Yeah, well, oh, why, Mr. Anderson.
Oh, Dennis, I'm so excited I couldn't even get my key in the lock. Poopsie, dream lover.
Yes, Herbert.
Poopsie, I think we've won the model ship contest.
Your sailboat took first prize? But they weren't to announce it till Friday.
Yes, but the news must be out somehow. Everyone in town has been shaking my hand and congratulating me all day.
Oh, Herbert, that's wonderful.
Yes, several of the boys even asked me why I wasn't passing out cigars. Can you imagine?
Gee, that's swell, Mr. Anderson. We're all proud of you.
Oh, I should say we are. Come on, Herbert. We'll go down to the show right now.
Well, I'll get it.
Oh, wait, Mr. Anderson.
Well, hello, Mrs. Rogers.
Oh, Mr. Anderson, I just heard. Congratulations.
Why, thank you, Mrs. Rogers.
Yes. Well, I was coming over here anyway. Why, Mrs. Anderson. Well, you're up. You're out of bed already.
Mrs. Rogers, it's 2:30 in the afternoon.
Well, yes,
Come along, Herbert. We've got to get downtown.
But surely you're not going to go downtown this soon, Mrs. Anderson.
Why, of course we are. That's where they've got it on exhibition. See you later, Mrs. Rogers.
Mrs. Rogers, is anything wrong? You're standing there with your mouth open.
Mr. Day, is it really on exhibition?
Why, sure, at the hobby show.
A hobby show?
Oh, sure, it's beautiful. Of course, we don't know yet whether it'll float.
Well, you're not going to try to find out, are you?
Oh, not until we're sure her seams are good and tight so she won't get waterlogged.
Mr. Day, you're not serious.
Huh? Of course I am. We don't even know yet if she'll sit up properly. She has a round bottom, you know.
Yes, but don't they all?
Oh. No, some are built like barges. Mrs. Rogers, are you sure there's nothing wrong? You're acting so funny about this.
Well, I just can't get over it, that's all. In the first place, it's such a shock to see Mrs. Anderson on her way downtown after something so strenuous.
Mrs. Anderson? Why, she had almost nothing to do with it. Mr. Anderson deserves most of the credit.
Mr. Anderson?
Oh, sure. Boy, is he proud. This is his first windjammer.
Well, I really didn't come over here to talk about that at all. I came over to get my baby.
Your baby?
Yes.
Oh, but Mrs. Rogers, you can't. The photographer... I mean, he's upstairs fast asleep. You shouldn't wake up a baby. He might not sleep while he's awake.
Well, yes, but I... What was that?
Me.
See? That was my baby, and you said he was fast asleep.
Oh, wait, Mrs. Rogers, don't go up there. Let us handle this, please.
It came from this room here, didn't it?
Mrs. Rogers, don't look at your little human... Oh, you look. Mildred, believe me, it couldn't possibly work.
But why not? Why couldn't you be the child?
Oh, no.
Yes. And I'll be your mother.
Mildred, you're 19 and I'm 22. Even in India, women don't have children that young.
We'll pretend you're a child, silly. You can talk in a little 3-year-old voice that'll fool him completely.
Yeah, but won't the rest of me make him a little suspicious?
He won't see you. He'll only hear you. We'll put you in a dark room and tell him there's something wrong with your eyes.
Mildred, I know that...
Dennis, that must be him. Now, quick, lie down on the couch and cover yourself with that Afghan. I'll draw the curtain.
How do you do? I'm Milton Reiner of Peak Magazine.
Oh, yes. You came to take pictures of my little Clara. I'm sorry the room is so dark, but poor little Clara's eyes aren't right.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear it.
Oh, you can talk to her, though. She's right here. Clara, honey, there's a man here to talk to you. Say hello to the man.
My name is Clara Anderson. I'm 2.5 years old, so there, too.
And you have something wrong with your eyes, Clara?
Yeah, too. I got bad eyes, so my mommy won't let me shoot pool or nothing.
Well, I didn't know little girls played pool.
I'm a tomboy.
Well, what seems to be the trouble, darling? Did you strain your little eyes somehow?
Yeah, too much reading.
Too much reading at your age?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What happened to your voice just then?
I guess it's changing.
At 3.5?
I'm a tomboy.
Reiner, I'm afraid that's all little Clara should...
Yoo-hoo, Mildred, we're home.
Oi.
What's going on in here? Why is it so dark? Well, who are you?
Oh, my name is Reiner, madam. I came to take some pictures of your granddaughter.
My granddaughter. What granddaughter?
She's absent-minded.
What?
Hello, Grandma.
Dennis, say, what are you up to? Get your head out from under that cover.
Why, it's a full-grown boy.
Not for long, I'm afraid. But I can explain, Mrs. Anderson. Honest, I can.
Don't bother.
Well, I'd like to know what's going on. Where's the Clara Anderson whose baby picture won first prize in our contest?
Clara Anderson? My picture won first prize? My baby picture? I can't really say I'm surprised. Where's the money?
Are you kidding? I got a good mind to sue you and this kid for fraud.
Fraud? Dennis Day.
Mrs. Anderson, wait. Get that gleam out of your eye. I'm too young to go like this. I'm just a boy, a child.
I'm only 3.5 years old.
Dennis Day will be back in just 1 minute to sing Danny Boy. But first... Grand news, wonderful news. Now Luster Cream Shampoo comes in tubes as well as jars. Yes, Luster Cream, the utterly new cream shampoo that gives you soft, glamorous dream girl hair. Try Luster Cream Shampoo. 4-ounce jar, $1. Smaller sizes, tubes or jars, whichever you prefer, 49 and 25 cents. But whether you prefer the tube or the jar, you will prefer Luster Cream Shampoo. Be a dream girl. A lovely Luster Cream girl.
Dream girl, beautiful Luster Cream girl. Hair that gleams and glistens from a Luster Cream shampoo. Dream girl, beautiful Luster Cream girl. You owe your crowning glory to a Luster Cream shampoo.
No St. Patrick's Day would be complete without Dennis singing the lovely old Irish air, Danny Boy. Here it is now, sung as only Dennis Day can sing it.
Danny boy, into Glen mountainside. The summer's gone, and all the roses falling. It's you must go, and I must bide. But come ye back when summer's in the meadow, or when the valley's hushed and white with snow. If I'll be here in sunshine or in shadow. Danny boy, oh, Danny boy, I love you so. But when ye come and all the flowers are dying, if I am dead, as dead I well may be, come and find the place where I am lying, and kneel and say an Ave there for me, and I shall hear the soft you tread above me, and all my grave will warmer, sweeter be. For you will bend and tell me that you love me, and I shall sleep in until you come to
Thank you, and my thanks also to the Ancient Order of Hibernians for the honor they have bestowed upon me by presenting me with their annual award. Good night, everyone.
Next week, tune in to another Dennis Day Show, brought to you by Colgate Dental Cream to clean your breath while you clean your teeth, and Luster Cream Shampoo for soft, glamorous dream girl hair. Friends, here's a chance to help the Girl Scouts and to help children everywhere, and you don't have to contribute a cent in cash. You can help by contributing either children's or adults' clothing or material, or by contributing a few hours a week sewing, sorting, and packing. Call your local Girl Scout troop tomorrow. Help them make warm friends of the world's shivering children. Vern Smith speaking. Good night.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
The Joseph Schlitz Brewing Company of Milwaukee, Wisconsin presents The Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman.
I was curious. I tasted it. Now I know why Schlitz is the beer that made Milwaukee famous.
If you like good beer, you'll find it pays to be curious and learn about Schlitz for yourself. And now, the Halls of Ivy.
We love the halls of ivy that surround us here today, and we will not forget though we be far, far away.
Welcome again to Ivy. Ivy College, that is, in the town of Ivy, USA. The president of Ivy College has a residence on the campus, which is known to the student body, naturally enough, as the Powerhouse. And here are the Powers themselves, Dr. William Todhunter Hall and his wife, Victoria, a former glittering ornament of the English musical comedy stage. They're playing chess, a game which can be played for either sheer intellectual diversion or 10 cents a game. This is the 10-cent variety, evidently, because Mrs. Hall is saying,
That's checkmate, isn't it, dear? You now owe me 20 cents.
Let me see.
I mean, isn't any place you can move your king, is there?
No. No, you've won again, Victoria. Tell me, what impelled you to zip that queen clear across the board? That was a devastating move.
I don't know. There was a clear space to move it, and she hadn't done anything for a long time, so I just slid her over. Was it good?
Good. It was magnificent. Are you sure you never played this game before you married me?
You're Scout's honor, Toddy. I always thought chess was a game for bearded old men and mental giants.
Oh, that's pure nonsense, Victoria. It can be played for simple amusement by people with no intellectual pretensions whatever.
Like me?
Yes. I mean, no. No, I didn't mean that at all. I merely meant... look, how about another game?
Well, I don't think we have time, William. Mrs. Gerhart will be here in... Oh, good heavens, I forgot to tell you. I'm so sorry.
Mrs. Professor Gerhart, is she coming over here?
Yes. She wants to talk to you about a very personal matter. That's what she said. Doesn't Professor Gerhart do something with mummies or something? I mean, doesn't he dig up tombs and gold coffee pots and all like that?
Gerhart, my dear, is an Egyptologist of some renown. What do you suppose Mrs. Gerhart wants?
I haven't the slightest idea. Oh, she's here now, I imagine, dear. Will you put away the chest and I'll let her in?
Checkmate in 7 moves, indeed. Paul, old boy, you're slipping badly when a rank amateur can...
Mrs. Gerhart, William, dear. Mrs. Gerhart to see you.
Good evening, Mrs. Gerhart. Please sit down.
Good evening, Dr. Hall. I'm sorry if I'm breaking in... Oh, you don't have to leave, Mrs. Hall.
Well, thanks, but I have dozens of things that need doing. I'll be back in a little while. Just excuse me, will you?
Of course.
How is Hans, Mrs. Gerhart? Since he received that last batch of pottery and sarcophagi, I don't see much of him.
Well, I don't see much of him these days myself, Doctor, and it isn't because of his work.
Logically, I suppose. My next question is, why isn't it? Has Professor Gerhart taken to being absent without leave?
Yes.
Oh.
Doctor, I haven't the slightest right to come to you with what's really a very personal family matter. My only excuse is that I trust your judgment so implicitly, and, well, I don't know where else to go. The Ivy Bulletin doesn't give advice to the lovelorn.
Well, my principal business is human relations, and by extension, I suppose, family relations among the faculty. So let's examine the problem, whatever it is.
It's a very simple one, Dr. Hall. And a very old one, too, I suppose. Hans is... Well, I think there's another woman.
Another woman? Oh, but he's old enough to know... Oh, no, I can't...
I've always heard it said, Doctor, that the dangerous age for men was from their first long pants to their last short breath. So I don't suppose I should be so surprised about this. But I am. And if Hans hasn't been happy with me, he's been an awfully good actor.
Oh, my dear lady, Hans Gerhart couldn't act. Why, he'd be lost in a kindergarten charade. A more open... Oh, I see. That does leave the alternative, doesn't it?
Yes. Plus the fact that he's spending much too much money. He refuses to tell me where he spends 3 or 4 evenings a week, and he comes home with lipstick on his collar.
Have you asked him about it?
Yes, last night. He simply turned 3 shades of vermilion, walked into his study and started measuring the shin bone of some Assyrian queen that he uses for a paperweight. You know, it's bad enough to compete with live women, Doctor, but when they've been dead for 4,000 years, it's enough to make a wife take another look at herself.
Let me assure you it has nothing to do with your appearance. Having been extremely fortunate as a husband, I consider myself somewhat of an expert on what a wife should look like. Now then, just what do you think I can do?
Well, I don't know, frankly.
And just as frankly, even though you have come to me as a family friend and your husband's superior officer, I feel a little presumptuous in interfering in such a very personal matter.
But wouldn't an open faculty scandal concern this college rather directly, Doctor?
Do you intend to cause one, Mrs. Gerhart?
Oh, I certainly do not. The fewer people who know about this, the happier I'll be. But these affairs always start gossip, Doctor. Oh, if I can merely drag Hans back to his senses and his old Egyptian bones, I'll never mention it again. I don't want any melodrama. I just want that sweet old goop of mine to stop making an idiot of himself. And of me.
Well, this role is an unfamiliar one to me, Mrs. Gerhart, but give me a few days to see what I can do. And thank you for the absence of hysterics. You're a very well-adjusted woman.
Oh, thank you. Don't think I'm completely unemotional about this, Doctor, because I don't fling myself about the campus clutching a bunch of tear-stained violets. But I haven't been sleeping very well either.
It's quite understandable, I'm sure.
Good night, Doctor, and thank you for listening to me.
Good night, Mrs. Gerhart. The cloistered life of a college president. Dr. William Todhunter Hall, alias Beatrice Fairfax, alias Willie the Snoop. Just how does one go about cherching la femme? Does one...
Toddy, what on earth are you muttering about?
Please, Victoria, I'm on a case.
You act more as though you just finished one. Is it something to do with Mrs. Gerhart?
Yes, quite something indeed. And the splendid advice which you are about to give me, I hope, will ease my conscience for violating Mrs. Gerhardt's confidence.
Well, you haven't violated yet, Willem, so please do. I'll be the close-mouthed, faithful secretary in love with the boss. What's the caper, Chief?
Caper, in this instance, is extremely apt. Professor Gerhart is capering. He shows unmistakable evidence of matrimonial deviation.
Oh, my goodness. Have you any idea what direction he's taken?
Oh, that's what I'd like to find out. I don't know what I'll do about it when I do find out, but... Oh, Vicky, do I appeal to you as a blue-nosed reformer? A censor of other people's private lives?
No, Toddy. You just appeal to me.
As?
Nothing. You just appeal to me. Do I appeal to you?
Oh, with an increasing intensity which is a little frightening.
Well, it doesn't frighten me. I can walk right up to it. See? I'm brave, huh?
Ah, Vicky, darling, I do love you dearly, but you're taking my mind off the Gerhart case. And you haven't answered my question.
What question? Oh, yes. You mean how to put the finger on the hussy that's making a pigeon a pyramid boy?
Oh, Vicky, please. I'd almost prefer profanity from you.
Oh, all right.
No. I said almost. Now, let's be sensible. After all, the matter holds very little gaiety for Mrs. Gerhart.
Oh, I'm sorry, Todd. Of course it does. Well, now, let me see. If I wanted to find the woman my husband was... Why, William, It's obvious.
Not to me, I'm afraid. You have an idea?
I have the idea. There's no use being modest about
Well,
it.
would you mind telling me just
Look,
exactly...
Toddy, this is a scandal in the making. What goes hand in hand, skipping along with scandal? Gossip. Who's the greatest gossip within 500 miles of Ivy College?
Doc Fish, the barber. Vicky, I knew you didn't win those chess games by pure beginner's luck. You have an IQ of at least 750.
Well, when I get to 900, I'll sell. Because here's the telephone. Go on, call Doc Fish. He closes at 6, and it must be almost that now.
Hello, Doc. This is Dr. Hall. Doc, you know everything that goes on around here, besides the things you invent, and wait a moment. Is there anyone else in the shop? Good. Doc, where does Professor Gerhart go on his nights off? Mm-hmm.
Oh, this is maddening.
What was that street number again? Mm-hmm. All right, thank you, Doc. Thank you very, very much. Goodbye. What a filthy old world this would be if it weren't for gossips like Doc Fish who keep their ears to the ground picking up all the dirt.
Well, what did he say? I mean, he knew, of course.
Of course. Where's my hat, Vicky?
I don't know. What do you want with it?
Well, I'm about to call on a mysterious widow who lives at 1245 Foster Avenue. Now, if I'm not back in an hour, I shall probably come wandering in at 4 a.m., reeking of sandalwood and stained with mascara. Pray for me, Vicky. Pray that I may withstand the lure of this unknown woman.
Pray for you. I'm praying for me. Now, get along, Private Eye. And if you should look up from your white bearskin rug past your long ivory cigarette holder and see a woman lurking in the shrubbery, well, 3 guesses.
I was curious. I tasted it. Now I know why Schlitz is the beer that made Milwaukee famous.
We'll return to the halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Colman, in just a moment. But first, let's hear the story of a curious photographer who missed the picture and developed a liking for Schlitz beer.
Well, I specialize in weddings, family portraits, and graduation pictures. Some people are kind enough to say my photography is inspired, but actually there's more toil than talent in it. You take that family I photographed last week. Now, you'll admit a fidgeting child is not fair game for a photographer. And in this particular family, there were 3, plus 2 adults who seemed to regard the camera as a deadly weapon to be watched with tense suspicion. Well, with much patience and perspiration, I worked to get the family properly posed. And just as I had them smiling broadly and was about to snap the picture, a figure carrying a tray of Schlitz beer came into focus. Well, I started to indulge myself in a little artistic temperament at this interruption when I discovered there was an extra bottle of Schlitz in the tray for me. Well, in the face of such unexpected hospitality, I could hardly stay angry. I took the bottle of Schlitz that was offered me and poured myself a glass. Well, I had never tasted Schlitz before, in spite of all the good things I'd heard about it, and I was mighty curious to see whether this much-talked-of beer really lived up to its reputation. I took one swallow, then another just to make sure, and came to a swift conclusion. If Schlitz tastes as good to others as it does to me, then I say it's no wonder they call Schlitz the beer that made Milwaukee famous.
That surround us here today.
As we return to Ivy, we find Dr. Hall walking briskly along the street on the far side of the town. He's on his way to make a personal investigation of one point of a faculty triangle.
Ridiculous mission for a college president. Peeping and prying into the amours of a reputable professor. Who am I to police the morals of my fellow men? Simply because I'm no Lothario myself, must I waggle a censorious finger?
Evening, sir.
Oh. Hello there, officer. Pleasant evening, isn't it?
It is that.
You're Dr. Hall from the college, aren't you?
Yes, I am. And I don't know whether to be flattered or disturbed at being recognized so promptly by the city police.
Oh, you're better known than you think, Doc. There's a police circular of you pinned up in my son's room.
A police circular of me? Well, really, officer, I can't quite remember ever being the object of your official attention. What was my crime?
Desertion.
Oh.
The students at Ivy, and my son is one of them, thought you were going to quit as president a few months ago.
I'll admit there was some discussion of the matter among the governing board, but my departure would have been quite involuntary, I assure you.
Well, the kids were kind of upset about it. So they got out circulars with your picture and description on them, like regular police jobs. We call them readers. They says, wanted for desertion, William Toad Hunter Hall.
Todd Hunter, family name.
Oh, yeah. Well, I guess all the students was glad you stayed, Doc. My kid thinks you're the nuts.
Well, thank you for both the sentiment and the use of the definite article. By the way, officer, how far is Foster Avenue?
3 streets farther than the way you were going, Doc. What number?
It's in the 1200s.
Well, turn right on Foster, and it's the second block.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Well, it's a pleasure to be of service to the husband of a wife like yours, Doc.
Oh, you know Mrs. Hall?
Well, my son and his wife do. One day she got took to the hospital, and he had to go with her. And your wife sat with the baby. Wouldn't take anything for it, either.
Oh, I shall have to speak to her about that. She'll never get anywhere that way. By the way, I hope it was nothing serious with your daughter-in-law?
Oh, no, just another baby. Well, good night, Doc.
Good night, officer. Now, let me see. Number 1, 2, 4, 5. Here we are. And I wish I could think of one sound, sensible reason for being here. But as Vicky always says, when things don't add up, ad lib. Well, bless my romantic soul, a British door knocker. Exactly like the one on Vicky's flat in London. The lion and the unicorn fighting for the crown. Well, oh, how that takes me back to the first night when I was a love-smitten professor and had the consummate gall to hope that a star of the London theatre would look favorably on my intentions. Is your landlady usually this difficult to rouse?
Always. As a matter of fact, I don't think the poor soul has ever been awake since she was hit on the head at a coconut shy as a child.
Hit on the head at a what?
A coconut shy. They have them at all the fairs.
Oh.
A man sticks his head through a hole in the canvas and people pay to throw coconuts at him. But don't they have those in America?
Oh, yes, indeed. In fact, I doubt if there is any civilized country where commercial assault and battery is more advanced. I merely failed to recognize the name. In America, we called them African Dodgers.
African Dodgers?
Yes.
How odd. Coconut shy is the proper term, of course.
Oh, of course. And African Dodger is seldom used in America anymore. There's a highly commendable trend away from using social symbols as targets for violence. You see, my country is just emerging from its pioneer status, Victoria. It's growing up. But there are still some regrettable antagonisms. I think that your wise understanding of minority groups is one of the 2 things I admire most about England.
What's the other thing?
You, if I may say so.
Well, of course you may say so. I love to have you think well about us and about me. What do you suppose has happened to Mrs. Tolliver? Oh, knock again, please.
Well, don't you ever carry a key?
Oh, always. And I always leave it in my dressing room. I think I must have half a pound of them there by now. I'm a very skittery-minded girl, William. You'll learn that in time.
In time? You mean then that this won't be the last? I mean then I may see you and bring you home again sometime?
If American enterprise is up to it, and if you wouldn't think my typical British reserve was crumbling too fast, how about tomorrow night?
Vicky, my darling, I'm sorry. I had no right to say that.
Didn't you, my darling?
Oh, Vicky, you're giving me the loveliest evening of my whole life. If this door never opens, and I'm beginning to hope it doesn't, this doorstep will become more sacred to me than all the stones in Westminster Abbey. If Mrs. Bolivar never comes...
Tolliver.
Well, if Mrs. Tolliver never comes, Oh, hello, Mrs. Tolliver. How is your coconut? I mean your head. I hope we didn't wake you up. Miss Crumble and she forgot a key again.
I beg your pardon. Whom did you wish to see?
See? Why we just... I'm sorry. I was thinking of something else. Are you Mrs. Reed?
Yes.
I am Dr. Hall of Ivy College. I'm sorry to intrude, Mrs. Reed, but may I have a few words with you?
Of course, Doctor. Please come in. Sit over there, Dr. Hall. I'm very glad to meet you. Professor Gerhart talks so much about you.
Oh, yes, Professor Gerhart, yes. I heard from a friend that he visited you quite frequently, and I was just passing by, so... I beg your pardon. You are Mrs. Reed?
Yes. I'm Mrs. Reed, Doctor.
I was expecting to see rather a... have you a daughter, Mrs. Reed?
Oh, no, Doctor. I have no daughter. And now, may I ask you a question?
Of course, please do.
Are you helping to take the census?
Oh, no, Mrs. Reed. No, I'm not.
Then may I ask the purpose of this visit?
Well, this is quite an intrusion, Mrs. Reed, but if I may impose on you, could you tell me if you expect Professor Gerhart tonight?
I'm afraid, Dr. Hall, that I... Oh, that's Professor Gerhart, Doctor, if you'll excuse me.
Oh, come in, Grandmother. Please come in. You're just in time to tell us goodbye. Christine and I were just leaving for the theater. Eh, Christine?
Yes, and Uncle Hans gave me a beautiful diamond necklace to wear, too. Look, Nana.
The crown jewels of a nation. Imagination. And after the theater, Christine and I... Is there something wrong, Grandmother?
Professor, a friend of yours is here.
A friend of mine? Surely there must be some mistake. None of my friends know... Dr. Hall. Well, this is a surprise.
And an intrusion, I fear.
Christine, may I present Dr. Hall? Dr. Hall... My very, very dear friend, Miss Leslie.
Good afternoon, Miss Leslie. You don't know how I've looked forward to meeting you.
Hi, Dr. Hall. Uncle Hans and I were just playing games, you know. I can't walk.
Well, in games, Christine, you don't have to walk. You can just be places.
That's what Uncle Hans always says, too. Last week we flew up to the moon, didn't we? I had a new hat to wear, and I had him some lipstick. Only Uncle Hans said I looked more like a Indian on the warpath. And tonight we're going to the theater. Not really, you know, just make-believe.
Yes, I know, Christine. I made believe I was at the theater tonight, only my last act was all wrong. It was about a man and his wife, and the wife thought her husband didn't love her anymore because he was away from home so much. She didn't realize that he's extremely sentimental and a little ashamed of it. And he loves children. And... Well, I don't want to give away the entire plot, so...
I think that I know the plot, Doctor. Is there a college president in it? One who is so fond of his friends that he permits his affections for them to make a sausage of himself on their behalf?
That's the one, yes. It's called Where Angels Fear to Tread, or William Redface Hall Rides Again. So, as long as you know the plot, Hans... I'd better be running along.
No, perhaps I'd better go too, eh, Liebchen? If your grandmother... Where is Mrs. Reed?
I think she left, Hans. Minding her own business, no doubt, and setting a good example for a nosy college president.
Nonsense, Doctor. You were being most friendly. I like you for it. I should have explained this whole thing to... But no, I had a reason. Christine, say goodnight to Dr. Hall. I'm taking him home. He's easily confused, and I don't want him to get lost going back. Good night, little one.
Good night, Uncle Hans. Come again soon. Good night, Dr. Hall.
Good night, Miss Leslie. May I come again?
Oh, sure. Can you play games?
Well, not as well as Uncle Hans, but I'm learning.
Darling, why didn't the silly man tell his wife he was simply visiting this child?
He explained that to me coming home, Vicky. You know, the Gerharts are childless. He wants to adopt Christine. But he wanted to be sure first that she liked him. Then he was going to surprise his wife.
Maybe she wouldn't feel the same way about it.
Mrs. Gerhart? The one who is always picking up stray puppies, mending the wings of sparrows, and otherwise making a sentimental angel of herself? No, I think we can trust Hansie's judgment on that. Oh, Vicky, I am an impulsive, snooping Batinsky.
Oh, no, you're not. Well, you merely took dictation from your heart and couldn't read your own shorthand. Your intentions were absolutely right.
Yes, but my methods were wrong. Instead of dashing out of here all prepared to brand some brazen woman as a marital interloper, I should have gone direct to Hans.
Well, then he'd have called you an outrageous busybody and thrown you out, and you wouldn't have solved a thing.
Well, I haven't solved anything anyway. Well, maybe I did help bring matters to a head. Mrs. Gerhart might have taken some regrettable action.
Of course. You just go on being impulsive, Toddy. Reason and logic, they're beautiful things, I know. But anyone with impulses as nice as yours can't go far wrong.
Oh, Vicky, my sweet, you are a comfort. But I am somewhat inclined to hasty action for causes which I think are right. And when I saw that child tonight, with her little twisted body and her bright and eager face, I thanked whatever gods may be that I am hasty. To meet so much gaiety and courage in so small a package was well worth any idiocy on my part. Now, where did I put that jackknife?
Jackknife? That's about as fast a switch as I've ever heard.
Not at all, my dear. No one can play mumbly peg without a jackknife.
But I never heard of mumbly peg. What is it?
One of our great national games. I haven't played it since I was a very small boy. Now sit down on the floor, Vicky.
I will not.
Look, I promised a certain young lady I would learn some games, and you can't play mumbly peg standing up. Now sit down. I was curious. I tasted it. Now I know why Schlitz is the beer that made Milwaukee famous.
And here again are Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman.
Ladies and gentlemen, the little girl in our story is only one of the many crippled children who are condemned to walk and play only in their imaginations. But there is an organization dedicated to commuting the life sentences of these children, yes, and grown-ups too. The National Society for Crippled Children and Adults.
Through its Easter Seal campaign, now underway, it is acting as your agent in doing what it can to restore these children to normal life and activity. Buy Easter Seals and contribute to this cause as generously as you can. Send a check or money order to Crippled Children, Box 5050, Chicago, Illinois.
It's an easy number to remember, 5050, Chicago, Illinois. Thank you and good night.
Good night, everybody.
We'll be seeing you next week at this time at the Halls of Ivy, starring Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman. The other players were Hans Conried, Dick LeGrand, Florence Walcott, and Ann Whitfield. Tonight's script was written by Don Quinn and Walter Brown Newman. Our music was composed and conducted by Henry Russell. The Halls of Ivy was created by Don Quinn, directed by Nat Wolf, and presented by the Joseph Schlitz Brewing Company of Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Ken Carpenter speaking.
Oh, we love the halls of ivy that surround us here today, and we will not forget though we be far, far away.
Next, it's We the People over most of these NBC stations.
From Hollywood, Colgate Tooth Powder presents The Mel Blanc Show, written by Mac Benoff with Mary Jane Croft, Joe Kearns, Hans Conried, Jill Walker, Victor Miller and his orchestra, and starring the creator of the voice of Bugs Bunny.
What's up, Doc?
Yes, Colgate tooth powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show with Mel playing his new character, Zookie.
Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. Hi.
And starring himself in person, Mel Blanc.
Hi, folks. Ugga, ugga, boo, ugga, boo, boo, ugga.
Colgate tooth powder, keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night.
It cleans your teeth, makes breath so sweet.
Use Colgate tooth powder.
Want teeth that sparkle and dazzle, a breath that's fresh and sweet? Then try Colgate tooth powder, for the new all-purpose Colgate tooth powder cleans your teeth and sweetens your breath. Yes, this new all-purpose tooth powder produces an amazingly rich, active foam that's marvelously effective. Every time you brush your teeth with this new all-purpose Colgate tooth powder, your whole mouth feels clean, sweet, fresh. Your teeth regain their natural sparkle. It's been proved in 7 cases out of 10 that Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. And as for cleaning, you can depend on Colgate tooth powder revealing the natural brilliance of your teeth. Yes, Colgate tooth powder, the new all-purpose tooth powder, does everything you can expect or ask of a dentifrice. Try Colgate tooth powder today for teeth that sparkle and a breath that's sweet.
Use Colgate tooth powder.
May is a month of warm afternoons and cool evenings. And in Mel Blanc's little town, when the chilly breezes of night blow through Crotona Park, young lovers draw closer together. In one part of the park, we hear Barbara Bevan saying to her boyfriend,
Oh, Peter, it's getting chilly. I could use a man's strong arm around my shoulder.
I get it. There. And Johanna White says to her boyfriend,
Tom, it's getting chilly. I could use a man's strong arm around my shoulder.
I get it. There. And in another secluded spot where Mel Blanc has been sitting with his girl, Betty Colby, Betty says,
Oh, Mel, it's getting chilly. I could use a man's strong arm around my shoulder.
I get it, Betty. I'll stop the next guy who walks past.
Look at those lovebirds up in the trees. Don't they give you an idea?
They sure do, Betty. Come closer and I'll rub your beak.
Now, Blank, we have been sitting here for 3 hours and you haven't even tried to kiss me. Haven't you got any red blood?
Well, Betty, do you want a kiss or a transfusion?
Well, this makes up my mind. We've been going together for 5 years, but I see it's just useless. We're through.
Through? Well, you can't mean it, Betty. That's not fair. After all those movies, those sodas, those nightclubs, those presents, Betty, you can't let me go. You've got too much money invested in me.
Well, you try to find someone else. It's over. We're through.
Oh, Betty, you can't mean it. Think of all the wonderful times we've had together.
I refuse to think about it.
Remember when we first met in a skating rink? I didn't know how to skate, but I wanted to show off in front of you. So I skated hours on end.
Yes, I remember.
Betty, if you leave me, I'll kill myself. I'll go to Los Angeles and stand in the safety zone.
Let's be modern about this whole thing. We'll have a trial separation.
A trial separation?
Yes, we'll go out with other people for a whole week. And if we still love each other at the end of the week, we'll get together again.
But, Betty...
It's no use, Mel. I've made up my mind. Goodbye.
Well, goodbye, Betty. Gosh, this changes my entire life. 7 days without Betty. Every day a different girl. One night a blonde, one night a brunette, one night a redhead. This is terrible. I'm liable to like it. A trial separation. Betty probably thinks I can't get another girl. I'll show her. I'll call the first name in my address book. Annabelle. Oh, that's a real high-class girl. Call her. Hello? Joe's Fish Market? Let me have the mackerel department, please. Yeah, I want to speak to Annabelle. Oh, she's cleaning a flounder? Well, I'll wait. Oh, that Annabelle. Oh, hello, Annabelle. This is Mel Blanc. Say, you want to go out with me tonight? No? Well, why not? Oh, you see enough fish during the day. Huh. Well, I'll try someone else. Oh, here comes Betty's father. I wonder how he's going to take this. Hello, Mr. Colby.
Oh, hello, Mel. I just heard from Betty about your separation. It's too bad. Oh, my, that's terrible news. You may never see her again.
Please, Mr. Colby, don't take it so hard.
Don't take it so hard, he says. Well, I always say it may take him a few years, but a woman always knows when she's chosen an idiot.
Well, you have to give your wife a lot of credit, Mr. Colby. She stuck to you anyway.
Well, I'm glad Betty left you. You haven't got a nickel to your name.
Well, it's a good thing I haven't. How would it sound? Mel Blanc nickel.
Like you're a nickel.
Please, Mr. Colby, won't you help me out with Betty?
Why should I? You're always embarrassing me. The last time I took the mayor to a restaurant, you wanted to be sophisticated, and what did you do?
Well, I ordered the entire meal in French. Boy, was that waiter surprised.
Sure was. It was a Chinese restaurant. Now that it's all over between you and Betty, Mel, I must admit I've never really disliked you, no matter how many times I kicked you down the steps.
Well, Mr. Colby, no matter how many times you kicked me, I always had a soft spot for you. Hey, Mr. Colby. Gosh, this is a terrible thing, being without Betty. I don't even feel like calling another girl. I can't stand this trial separation anymore. I know what I'll do. I'll send my assistant Zuki over to see Betty. Maybe he'll be able to bring us together. Oh, Zuki! Zuki!
Oh, hello, Zuki.
Hello, Betty. Thanks. Gee, Betty, that's a nice dress you're wearing.
Oh. Well, it's just something I threw together.
Well, next time you're pitching, let me catch.
Why, Zuki, I never thought you even noticed me.
Well, it's just that you're so intelligent. You're so high class. You're so refined. Gosh, Betty, how come I'm acting this way toward you?
Well, it's spring, and you're a man, and I'm a woman.
Is that approved by good housekeeping?
Zuki, where did you learn all about love?
Well, I read it in the I went to I read the encyclopedia. I made a scientific study. I sit in the balcony at the Paramount. But Betty, I'm forgetting what I came here for.
Zuki, if you came here to talk for Mel, it's no use. We're not seeing each other for a whole week. And during that time, I'm going out with other men.
Fine thing.
Hey, how dare you do that to Mel? You got your... You want to be you're a double crook. What are you doing tonight, babe?
How do you like that? Even Zuki double-crosses me. I'll never get Betty back. How do you like that girl, going out with a dope like Zuki? Why doesn't she want to go out with me? I'm just as big a dope as he is. Oh, there must be some way. Oh, gee, here comes that conceited Beau Brummel, Hartley Benson. He's always boasting about his technique with women. Say, maybe he can tell me how to get Betty back. Hello, Hartley. Is it drizzling out?
No, Mel, it's merely the tears of thousands of women crying because they can't get great, big, adorable me. In fact, now, old boy, I'm such a darling elf, I could put out the lights and hug myself.
Oh, Hartley, you must think there's nobody like you.
Mel, that is not only my opinion. Last night I went to a nightclub. One girl wore nothing but doves, and another wore nothing but fans, but all eyes were upon me.
What were you wearing?
My full-dress bubble. But I had to leave immediately.
Why?
The girls kept throwing lighted cigarettes.
Hartley, you must think you're terrific with the women.
Mel, old boy, do you know what the 14-day Palm Olive plan does for women?
Yeah?
Well, I do it in 12 days.
kind of a line do you give the women?
Well, when I first meet a woman, I take her hand in mine and I say to her, "My dear, has anyone ever told you how beautiful I am?"
Hartley, Betty and I have separated for a while, and I'd like to go out with other girls. Do you have any phone numbers?
Mel, I've got so many phone numbers, information dials me. Here is my address book.
Gee, that's the biggest address book I've ever seen.
That is only volume 1, Alice to Bertha. Let us see. Betsy, outdoor type, lots of trouble getting her indoors, but it's worth it. Babe, won't kiss strangers, but she knows everybody.
Say, Hartley, can I have a few of those numbers?
Wait a minute, Mel. Here's the number of the most beautiful and glamorous creature in the whole world.
Gee, I'll call that number right away.
Won't do you any good, Mel. I'm not home. So you see, Mel, with all the rounds I make, I'm the last thing a woman puts out of her house at night.
So is a garbage pail.
Oh, Mel, you aggravate me. In fact, I'm so I could bait. So, Mel, it gives me great pleasure to inform you that I am going out with Betty tonight myself. So, goodbye, you buffoon. I leave you with this thought. I'm such a bundle of bliss, I could give myself a great big kiss. So long, Mel. Nice seeing me.
What a character. Sounds like a duck caught in a concrete mixer. So Hartley's going out with Betty. For Betty, that's like having filet mignon and champagne. But I'll get her yet. Sooner or later, she's got to come back to Ham Hocks and 7-Up.
Use Colgate tooth powder, keep smiling just right. Use it each morning and use it each night.
It cleans your teeth, makes breath so sweet.
Use Colgate tooth powder.
After you brush your teeth, do they feel like polished pearl? And is your breath sweet and fresh? If you want these thrilling results, try Colgate tooth powder, the all-purpose tooth powder. Its lively, pleasant-tasting foam dances through your mouth, bustles about while it cleans and sweetens. In 7 cases out of 10, it's been proved that Colgate tooth powder instantly stops unpleasing breath that originates in the mouth. And no other dentifrice cleans your teeth better than Colgate tooth powder. It reveals natural brilliance, true luster. So for teeth that sparkle and a breath that's sweet, use Colgate tooth powder, the all-purpose tooth powder.
Use Colgate tooth powder.
Now, Victor Miller and his orchestra and that popular new tune, I Believe. Back to Mel Blanc. Mel and Betty have agreed to a trial separation in which they're both supposed to go out with other people. Betty seems to be doing fine, but going through his phone numbers, Mel isn't having much luck. Here's a typical example. He's calling Frida Flyshacker.
Hello, Miss Flyshacker? How about going out with me tonight? Oh, you can't? You're going to the Olympic arena? Well, who are you going with? Oh, nobody? Oh, you're wrestling tonight.
And so Mel plodded through his book, and now he's up to the last name, Anna Zimzow.
Hello, Anna. How about going out with me tonight? Oh, you can't make it? Well, why not? Oh, you're wrestling Frida Flyshacker. Gee, what am I going to do? Oh, here comes my lodge president, Mr. Cushing. Maybe he can help me.
Hello, Brother Zebra.
Greetings, mighty potentate. Ugga, ugga, boo, ugga, boo, boo, ugga. Mr. Cushing, how's the light of your light?
Light of my life. Mel, if you're speaking of my wife, I wish somebody'd blow out that fuse. She's got a new thing now, Mel. Every night before she goes to bed, she takes a milk bath. I tell you, Mel, it's like sleeping next to Elsie the cow. Last night she kissed me. You want to know something, Mel?
Yeah.
I wish it were Elsie the cow. Mel, when I first married that girl, she looked like a budding rose.
And now?
A spreading cactus. This morning she came down to breakfast without any makeup on. What a face. She took one look at the pancakes and they turned over by themselves.
Well, mighty potentate, if your wife is so ugly, why don't you use some beauty creams?
Mel, she does. She's been putting on 10 different kinds of face creams every night before she goes to sleep.
Well, how's it been working out?
Okay, but all night long she keeps sliding out of bed. I took her fishing yesterday, Mel. We were out in the boat, and she kept giving me orders. She said, John, row a little more. John, get ready to cast. John, put that fat old worm on the hook. Yeah, what a temptation.
I've got troubles, too. Looks like Betty and I aren't going to get married. And I was planning on such a beautiful ceremony.
Well, Mel, instead of being sad, you should be happy. A wedding is just a funeral where you can smell your own flowers.
Well, maybe you're right. But I'm so lonely. If I could only meet some other girls.
Why, Mel, that's simple. Why don't you go up to the Get Acquainted Club on 8th and Main?
Yeah. That Get Acquainted Club is a good idea. But the girls won't look at me. I'm too plain.
Well, go with someone else, Mel. A romantic gay caballero. Rent yourself a Spanish costume. You'll have the girls at your feet.
Say, that's wonderful.
Well, I'm glad I helped you, Mel. I got to be going now.
Well, where are you going, mighty potentate?
Well, Mel, I can do one of two things. I can go to the movies and see The Egg and I, or I can go home and look at the old turkey I married. Oh, Mel, I love you.
That mighty potentate always helps me out. Now to rent a Spanish costume and go down to the Get Acquainted Club.
Father, I think it was very silly of you to drag me to this Get Acquainted Club. This trial separation is beginning to teach me one thing. I'll never find anyone to replace Mel Blanc.
You would if you could wait another week.
What do you mean?
The circus is coming to town. Say, look at that dashing Spaniard coming to us. Well, you know, he's looking at you, Betty. I wonder what he's thinking.
Gosh, it's Betty Colby and her father. She must be here looking for a man. Well, I'll teach them both a lesson. It's a good thing I wore the Spanish costume.
Ah, senor and senorita. Greetings, senor. My name is Senor Colby, and this is my daughter, Betty. As we say in Spanish, saludos amigos. And as we say in Spanish, chili con carne. Chili con carne? Oh, that's a hot Spanish dish.
Senor, that ain't no cold cut you got with you.
To the fair senorita, I say buenas noches. And to the good senor, I say obnoxious.
Who are you?
I come from a famous Spanish family. Perhaps you have heard of my 17 brothers, Don Roberto, Don Jose, Don Lopez, Don...
Just a moment. What's your name?
Sam.
Sam!
See, when I was born, my mother didn't give a Don.
Jerry, what do you do in South America?
I am a taxi driver, sort of a yellow caballero. My beautiful senorita, I am a Latin lover. I kiss you right now.
Just a moment, I'm here.
You wait your turn. First I kiss you.
Young man, my daughter is running around with an idiot named Mel Blanc, and while I don't want to seem presumptuous, would you be interested in marriage?
See. First I ask my wife.
Wife?
See, I used to have two. One of them is dead. She was doing the rumba and she bumped herself off.
And you have another wife?
See, and 20 muchachos. There's the little one, Cucaracha. He crawls all over the place. There's the stupid one, Adobe. And the twins, Hasi and Enda.
How come they're all named after houses?
Every time I look around, there's a new project. Now I am a little worried.
You are? Why?
Last night when I came home, my wife was reading another blueprint.
Oh, Father, I can't stand this any longer. Even if you're staying, I'm going. I've learned my lesson. Goodbye.
Oh, Mr. Colby, I am so sorry.
Oh, cut the phony accent, Mel.
What?
Yes, I knew it was you all the time.
Well, Mr. Colby, why didn't you say something?
Well, frankly, Mel, after seeing some of these modern Romeos that are here tonight, I'll take an old-fashioned jerk like you anytime.
Thank you, Mr. Colby. I'm sure your wife felt the same way about you.
Why,
Well, folks, now it's a week later. Everything ended happily. Mel has learned a lot more, and here we are with our young lovers back in the park again. This time, Barbara Bevan is saying to her boyfriend,
Oh, Peter, let's be like those two birds in the tree.
all right, here's a kiss. And Johanna White says to her boyfriend,
Tom, let's be like those two birds in the tree.
All right, here's a kiss.
and Betty Colby says to the new romantic Mel Blanc,
Oh, Mel, let's be like those two birds in the tree.
Okay, Betty. Open your mouth and I'll feed you a worm.
This is Bud Easton reminding you that Colgate tooth powder for a breath that's sweet and teeth that sparkle brings you the Mel Blanc Show every Tuesday at this time. Be sure to join us again next Tuesday night for more fun with Mel and the people you meet and Mel Blanc's Fix-It Shop.
Say hello to Halo Shampoo for naturally bright and beautiful hair. Remember, even finest soaps and soap shampoos hide the natural luster of your hair with dulling soap film. But Halo Shampoo contains no soap, therefore leaves no dulling soap film. Even in hardest water, Halo makes oceans of rich, fragrant lather, quickly banishes loose dandruff and dirt. Halo needs no lemon or vinegar rinse. Say hello to Halo and goodbye to dulling soap film. Get Halo Shampoo at any cosmetic counter.
Remember, now playing every Tuesday night at this time. This is PBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
An hour of smiles in town hall tonight, folks. 60 minutes of fun and music brought to you by Ipana Toothpaste and Salapatica. Ipana for the smile of beauty, Salapatica for the smile of health. Fun with our star comedian Sen Allen and his mighty on and art players. Music with Peter Van Steeden, the Ipana Troubadours, and the Town Hall Quartet. And another group of anxious and eager amateurs. New voices, new music, new fun. It's Town Hall Tonight. Listen to that crowd. They're cheering madly as they march along with Fred Allen and his parade to the old Town Hall. Fred zigzagging up the street, the band drags where Fred sings. And the mighty Allen Art players are trailing behind in their kiddie cars. Let's join the merry throng. Everybody. Here they come, old folks.
This book says life begins at 40, Grandpa. When does it begin?
Life begins every Wednesday, Bobby. In just another minute. It's Town Hall Tonight.
Leap Year Girl.
This is Leap Year Harold, and I'm a girl ready to ask a question.
I know your question, Alice. You want me to turn on the radio. It's Town Hall Tonight. Gigolo.
I hired you for a gigolo, mister. I say you're going to dance.
It may mean my future, madam, but I refuse to budge for an hour. It's Town Hall Tonight.
Well, here we are in front of the old Town Hall, folks, and there's Fred just opening the doors and welcoming the crowd. Listen.
Little drops of laughter, little bars of song. Make the Town Hall show, folks. It's just 1 hour long. If you'll kindly pass right in, step to the right, please.
Hi there, Mr. Allen.
Hello there, Mrs. Mintz. Taking those flowers in to throw at the actors?
You bet. It's poison ivy for the mighty Allen Art players.
Well, poison ivy's better than no flowers at all. Go right in. Hi there, Waldo.
Hi, Mr. Allen. Can I join your amateurs?
You bet you can, son. What do you do?
I don't sing. The music goes round and round.
You don't? Well, go right in, son. You'll be a sensation. Hurry, hurry, hurry.
They were all set to go, Fred.
Righto, Harry. Tell Peter we'll open with Great Day.
Okay, Fred. It's all yours, Peter.
When you're down and out, lift up your head and shout. There's gonna be a great day. Angels in the sky promise that by and by there's gonna be a great day. KBL will warn you from early morn. You will hear this horn. Rudy Tootin' is not far away. Hold up your hands and say, there's gonna be a great day. KBL will warn you from early morn. You will hear this horn. Rudy Tootin' is not far away. Hold up your hands and say, there's gonna be a great day.
Presenting that jubilant juggernaut of joyous jamboree and jaunty, jiving gesticulation, Fred Allen in person.
You take the jug out of that juggernaut and just set it over there, Harry.
Right over.
Thank you. And good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Now, before putting our toupees on the dumbwaiter and letting down our hair for the next hour, I'll read you the Town Hall Bulletin for tonight. Hard White, Public Grocer number 1, says a lot of you folks who won't bother to read pie labels have been lifting up the tops of the pies to see what's inside. Now, starting tomorrow, Hodge is selling a new style pie with a zipper down the middle. If you're in a hurry, you can zip open the pie and take a good look before you get stuck. So much for pastry tasters, and now for the Town Hall news. Say, Harry.
Yes, Fred?
What will happen if the price of cotton goes any lower?
Well, there'll be a drop in sheets, I guess, Fred. I get it. Your picture sheet will be right down.
Thank you. Could you by any chance explain the meaning of an electrical detour?
Yes, sir. That's where you have to turn off the main lights. Here they go.
Oh, we've had that today already in New York, haven't we? The projector starts, and we bring you the latest news of the week.
The Town Hall News sees nothing, shows all. Yonkers, New York. 97% of all children in Yonkers public schools have bank accounts in school savings system. Town Hall News shows what may happen if scholars get too much money.
The scene, the Yonkers schoolroom of tomorrow.
Take your seats, Bilbo. Quiet, class. Since you children have gotten wealthy, I can't do a thing with you. Now, you, Mildred, stop that whispering. It's Tommy Clark, teacher. He's trying to borrow $20 from me. Aren't you ashamed, Tommy?
No, teacher. There comes a time in the life of every girl when a guy needs $20.
Mildred, time hasn't come yet. Now, you sit down.
Okay.
Just because you've got a first mortgage on the school, Tommy, don't think you're a privileged character.
Watch your conversations, babe, or I'll throw clothes.
Hello? Miss Tower, 8th grade speaking. Tommy Clark? Yes, he's here. Telephone, Tommy.
Okay. Hello? What? Canadian roller skates down 10 points. Cuban jelly beans off 20. No, don't tell, I'll be ruined. Now, keep your nerve, Morgan. I'll stop in after school and put up the margin. Okay.
Who is that, Tommy? Your father?
No, my broker. More margin. That's all I ever hear out of that guy, margin.
Will you sit down, Tommy? Put your mind on your lesson.
How can I concentrate? I got 2 horses going today at Tropical.
I've told you you'll come to a bad end playing the horses.
If those 2 dogs don't come in today, I'm a pauper.
When are you going to stop betting?
I'll talk you, teacher, to find out.
That's the last straw. You're not going to make a gambling den out of this classroom. I'm taking you home to your father.
Okay, my car is outside. I'll call a chauffeur.
Your father will make you pay for this.
If you come with me, I'll win $10.
How?
I bet the old man a $1 I'd bring a dame out to the house before noontime.
New Haven, Connecticut. Dr. Howard W. Haggard, head of applied psychology at Yale University, says that businessmen to work at top speed need more than 3 meals a day. Town Hall News shows how big business office will look if executives eat more often during business hours. The scene, the president's office at the Eureka Mothball Company.
Good morning, Miss Type.
Good morning, Mr. Hogg.
Is my food ready?
Yes, sir. There's a beef stew with a poached egg on it in your desk.
Excellent. I can't start the day on an empty stomach.
Did you have breakfast?
Only 600 calories. Just an omelet smothered with lamb chops. This stew's good.
Your mail's ready, Mr. Hogg.
All right, take away these dishes.
Yes, sir. That's a great idea of yours, having a chef right here in the office.
Saves time. Dr. Haggard says we businessmen have got to eat more. Take a letter. Excuse me.
Yes, sir.
Wait a minute. Before we start, buzz for my shirt.
Yes, sir.
That stew is wearing off. I'll need a sandwich after I dictate.
You first, Mr. Hogg?
Yes, Olson. What's on the fire?
I got skinny hen pandowdy with cucumber fritters, 400 vitamins.
Just right. Bring it in.
Okie pokey.
That's better. Excuse me. Take a letter. Hello? What? No, you've got the wrong number.
There, here's the hour, Mr. Hogg. One guinea hen pandowdy.
Put it here, Olson. That'll be all.
Okie pokey.
I'm famished. I'll stop right in.
But you haven't finished your letter, Mr. Hogg.
I know, but I have to replace those calories I burned up on that wrong number. This guinea hen is vitalizing.
You're certainly packing it in, Mr. Hogg.
A businessman travels on his stomach, Miss Type. Well, now we'll get at that letter. Excuse me.
I'm ready.
Pungent Camper Company, gentlemen.
Oh, that's 12 o'clock.
So it is. I've got to run, Miss Type.
But, Mr. Hogg...
It's 12 o'clock, isn't it?
Yes, but this is the 3rd day you've started this letter.
I can't stop now, Miss Type.
But you owe this man.
Yes, but what I owe myself is more important. I'm going.
Going where, Mr. Hogg?
Out to lunch.
Washington, D.C. Representative Samuel Dickstein of New York proposes anti-gigolo bill to protect wealthy spinsters from designing foreign noblemen who propose marriage. If bill is passed, Town Hall News shows how government will probably protect wealthy spinsters about to fall for titles. The scene, Miss Winston Castor's townhouse, the drawing room.
Has the bell called, Miss Castor?
Yes, Charley. I'm expecting the Grand Duke Mikhail, Marquis of Nizhny Novgorod.
Yes, madam.
The Grand Duke and I must not be disturbed.
I understand. An affair de la neck, madam.
Oh, if the Grand Duke proposes this evening, I shall have a title at last. He's at the door, Charley. Show him in and leave us alone.
Yes, madam.
Bublitke, fly into mine arms, my Dobovich.
Oh, Mikhail, my beauty.
I have looked you up and down my schnecken. Up in Bread Street and down in Don. I love you.
You mean, Mikhail?
Yes, I will marry. There is no time to lose.
I have nothing to give you but money, Mikhail.
It is enough. I have nothing to give you but title.
What title?
Marry me, and you will be Grand Duchess Mikhailef of Nizhny Novgorod and all points west.
Yes?
You will be first Viscountess of Minsk, Empress of Latke, and Marchioness of the Volga-Botwen.
Yes, go on, Mikhail.
You will be Queen of Blinta, Baroness of Borscht, First Lady of the Pulke.
First Lady of the Pulke. Oh, I'm weakening, Mikhail.
Come, fly with me, Budlitke.
Yes, Mikhail, I will fly.
Up in the name of the law. Stand back, butler. We are eloping.
Chutney, what is the meaning of this?
I may be chutney to you, madam, but without these sideburns and this dicky, I'm Bob Turner of U.S. Secret Service.
Donzovich, I'm Pinchtovich.
Chutney, my butler, the G-man.
Yes, Miss Casper, sent from Spinster headquarters to protect you from this scheming imposter.
Imposter? Then my Mikhail is not a Grand Duke.
No, he's Sergei Fink, a wholesale herring operator from 2nd Avenue.
And he has no title?
Only one. He's known on the east side as Gefolter Joe. Come on, Gefolter.
Yes, out of my life, you Gefolter.
Well, I'll go, but you'll be hearing from me later.
Say, Fred, I've got it. I've got it.
Well, maybe I have too, Harry. What is it?
It's a riddle.
Oh, you've got it a riddle, hey?
Uh-huh.
And the usual procedure is for me to ask you what it is. Is that it?
Oh, you don't have to ask me, Fred. I'll tell you anyhow. Here it is. What's the difference?
What's the difference? What's the riddle?
That's it.
What's it? Why doesn't somebody tell me these things? Rushing
Well,
in here,
now listen, Fred.
confusing me.
Here's what I mean. You brush your teeth with any kind of toothpaste until you finish the tube. Then get a red and yellow striped tube of Ipana and brush your teeth with that for the same length of time. Now, what's the difference?
Oh, I get it, Harry.
Right, Fred, and everyone will get it. Cleaner, brighter teeth and stronger, healthier gums. If they'll just use Ipana, for in the words of dentists all over the country, your teeth are seldom attractive if your gums are flabby and tender. And most of the creamy, well-cooked foods we eat nowadays are too soft to give our gums the exercise they must have. That's why we say every time you brush your teeth with pleasant-tasting Ipana, massage a little of it into your gums to tone and stimulate them. You never have pink toothbrush warning you that your gums are too tender. And you'll always have brilliant, sparkling teeth if you'll always remember Ipana for the smile of beauty.
Troubadours playing Keep Your Fingers Crossed. Now, on Friday night, there will be a hog calling contest here at the town hall. If the hog callers get any results, there will be a pork barbecue right after the contest. Now, on Thursday afternoon... Oh, quiet, please. If that's someone from Philadelphia trying to open the Democratic Convention ahead of time, I'll be down there disguised as Governor Talmadge in a minute.
Hello?
Well, as I live and try never to step on spinach, so I won't leave footprints on the sands of time, if it isn't Portland.
Yes, I'm just coming home from the doctor's, so I thought I'd stop in.
Say, your finger's all bandaged. What happened?
I thought it was broken, but the doctor says it's only sprained.
How could you possibly sprain the third finger on your hand?
I was pressing the middle valve down.
Pressing the middle valve down. I guess that's where they got the idea for that song. It goes round and round. Somebody peeked into your head and saw what was going on.
Oh, you can laugh, but I know my B's and C's.
You don't mean your ABCs, do you?
Oh, there aren't any more A's. They're unconstitutional.
Really? Well, the AAA ruling doesn't bother you, does it?
No, but it affects Papa. Last year he got paid to kill our cow. This year he doesn't know what to do.
Well, he doesn't have to be upset. They may save half of the AAA.
Yes, but Papa can't kill half a cow, can he?
Well, don't worry about it. Everything's going to come out all right.
It's too much for me. I don't know what's going on.
Then you've joined the great majority, eh? If you're worried about the future, the best thing to do is to send for your congressman or the nearest fortune teller.
I had my tea leaves read last week. Did you ever have a gypsy look in your teacup?
Only once. She owned the place and bawled me out for using too much sugar.
Gypsies always look tired to me.
Yes, they do. It's the kind of tea gypsies have to read today that makes them always look tired.
You mean they have bags under their eyes all day?
That's it. Give me a good coffee phrenologist any day.
Oh, how can anyone tell your fortune from the mud in a teacup?
In a coffee cup, you mean? It's all right. Never swap drinks in the middle of a script. You know, it's that old thing. Never swap horses in the middle of a scene. Now, do you want to get it straight again?
How can anyone tell your fortune from the mud in a coffee cup?
Oh, boy. The answer will now have to be twice as funny because you've asked the question right. Well, a coffee phrenologist doesn't wait until your coffee is ground. He feels your beans.
Oh, I get it. You're trying to pull my leg.
No, I'm not. Your stocking must be shrinking.
Gosh, every time I come in here, it ends up in a battle of wits.
Well, you're half right. It ends in a battle. And now, if you want to run along home and think up some sanctions...
Oh, I brought a sanction with me. Willoughby!
Oh, Will, you might as well pin Bill Thompson.
Hey, Porter. I feel like a feather in the breeze, flying high and raring to tickle.
Now, just a minute, Rustic. A man is known by the company he keeps. And if you're seen around here, you're going to set me back about 10 years socially.
Yeah? Well, let me tell you, Mr. Dirty Vest, knowing you ain't no shortcut to Park Avenue.
If you strike Mr. Allen Willoughby, I'll never forgive you.
Well, don't worry, Portland. If this bumpkin raises his hand, it will only be to leave the room.
Now, see here. You want your blabbing, Mr. Hedgepanky. I had a tussle with the know-it-all last week. Well, sir, I hit him on top of the derby. Last I seen of him, his friends was unbuttoning his vest to see what become of his head.
Well, if I hit a man on the conch, his nose generally ends up so low, when he inhales, he vacuums the sidewalk.
Gosh, this is terrible. You won't start anything, will you, Willoughby?
Well, I ain't so sure, Potty. Sometimes I'm as nice as pie, and jingo, a word drops and I'm a Frankenstein.
Well, you may be a monster around the town pump, Jerk, but you're a pixie with an inferiority complex to me.
Well, turn my damper halfway down. Who you call a jerk, Mr. Prince Cannon?
I think Willoughby looks pretty snappy, Mr. Allen.
What snappy? That suit looks as though somebody started to kidnap him and ran away and left him in the bag.
I dress this way on purpose. I'm a plain clothes man.
I'll say Willoughby's a detective.
Detective. He couldn't find the violin under Rubenov's kid.
Oh, no? Well, how'd you like to know I just finished my correspondence course in detective? And as soon as I find the post office, I'll get my diploma.
Showing your flashlight and badge, Willoughby.
Here, take a gander at these, Mr. Wise William. I solved my first mystery right today, too.
Yeah?
I'll say it was almost a kidnapping.
It sure almost was. This Chicken's baby buggy was missing this morning, and she called me in.
What did you do?
Well, first, I broke into the door. Then I snapped the cuffs on this person. Then I stopped this villain.
Did you learn anything?
Did I? Why, I gave her the work, and she turned stool pigeon. She fitted the baby. It was there, but the buggy wasn't missing.
Oh, boy. Of course. What did you do, Willoughby?
Well, quick as all step, I snapped cuffs on the baby and started drilling it.
Did the baby come clean?
No, the baby wouldn't come.
Oh, boy. That's not Willoughby.
Well, I hit him until Miss Perkins came home. Then I snapped cuffs onto him. I grilled him, and he confessed.
Confessed what?
He confessed he didn't even know the baby buggy was missing.
Well, now we're getting someplace.
Oh, you bet you put it. The time had come to sleep. I stood outside the house for 4 hours.
Doing what, Willoughby?
Drilling myself. I kept going in the house. I'll be of the buggy.
Phone asylum, I hope.
No, Mr. Nosy Nolan. I said if I was with a buggy, I'd roll downhill. Well, sir, I laid down the street, and away I rolled lickety-split. And where do you think I ended up?
Right beside the buggy.
No, came to under a truck. But across the street was the buggy.
If you had stayed where you were in the first place, the buggy could have found you in half that time.
If you have any odd crimes, Mr. Allen, Willoughby will be glad to clear them up.
I have a crime in mind right now.
I know, and I'll solve it before it's committed. Come on, Willoughby.
Well, all right. But I'm only leaving to please you, Potty. I'm tough. Listen to this. I told you.
Scram, Willoughby. So long, Portland.
Charley, ho-ho.
And now the Town Hall Quartet, ladies and gentlemen. Those fearless indoor sailors with a girl on every Davenport. Tonight the boys sing Got a Gal in California.
I had to say goodbye.
Saddle my horse and started the way I fled. Met the gal that I love the best that she wants to marry me. Got a gal in California
beside the Atlantic.
Yes, I got my ocean wrong, but I don't know right from wrong. Cause the gal in California
has got me so romantic
that I don't know day from night, but I know that she's alright. One even some inches of cactus, but I was too happy to see. I kept sitting right on a cactus with her upon my knee. Oh, gal in California
has got me nearly frantic. I'll admit she's doggone sweet,
but the way that gal can eat. I've got a horse and he's my pal. I've got 3 cows in my corral, and soon I'll have to keep that gal in California. Where the folks don't stay out very late. Out in California, they take the sidewalks in L.A. Out in California, it's some town by heck, I swear. You can stand in the old town square and knock on every bookstore there. Out in California.
Wait a minute. What's going down here, boy?
Well, partner, who are you?
I'm proudly to announce that I'm a member of the Peter Van Skiddenskis Hillbillies, my friend.
Oh, that's so. Well, join up with us. Let's see what you can do.
Got to go in, old boy, in. Hey, but I can't get to see her. The reason for this, huh? A fellow with a little black mustache.
For your gal in California
has got me so romantic
that I don't know black from white, but I know that she's all right. She'll be 20-year-old in the summer. She weighs a mere 349. She's 7'2" in her stockings.
Gosh, the healthy, ain't she?
Oh, a gal in California.
Although she is gigantic,
I'll admit she's mighty neat. But the way that gal can eat, I've got a horse and he's my pal. I've got 3 cows in my corral, and soon I'll have to feed that gal in California.
Thank you, boys. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Harry Bonzell and I have been discussing newspaper ads. The lost and found columns are always full of things people are sorry they lost. But if we advertise the things we were glad we lost, Harry says he knows one ad that would appear all over the country tomorrow. Is that right, Harry?
That's right, Fred, and here's the ad. Lost, 1 man-sized grouse in vicinity of home. There's no reward as I have no further use for it. Just before I lost my grouse, my stomach was upset and I felt under par, which meant there were 2 things wrong with me. Waste in my body and too much acid in my system. So I just took Salopatica, because it's the mineral salt laxative that both rids the body of waste and combats acidity. So, ladies and gentlemen, whenever you're feeling logy and under the weather, simply put 2 teaspoonfuls of Salopatica in a glass of water and drink it. Then you, too, can advertise lost 1 grouse. Just remember Sal Hepatica for the smile of health.
Now we've come to the mighty Allen Art Players, ladies and gentlemen, the first actors ever to perform on a revolving stage during a performance so that they would be harder to hit. Tonight, these denizens of the tank towns present a Western drama entitled Home on the Range, or The Only Way a Cowboy Can Cure His Bow Leg is to Put His Horse on a Diet. Over to you, Peter.
Home, home on the range, where the deer and the cantaloupe play. Ma! Come in here, pronto.
Yes, Captain.
Is that you shooting at me?
No, I'm at the dishes. Business is for a pleasure.
Well, seems like every time I start singing, something starts happening.
Last time you sang, the cattle walked off from the ranch. Had to ride out 10 miles to fetch them back.
Well, you better stop something in them foul ears today, 'cause I'm in the mood for rondelay. Home, home on the range. Who's a peppering my recital? Look yonder and ascertain.
It's your good-for-nothing son, Tigger. He's drawing a bead on you from the yard.
Why, I'll brand his wet hide, little varmint. Trigger! Trigger! What's all the shooting for, Trigger, son? You ain't aiming to plug you. 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 You ain't aiming to plug your old paw, or are you?
I was aiming to, but I kept missing. What's the matter, son? You homesick and missing your paw that way?
Oh, I don't mind him singing through his nose more. It's the singing through his mouth makes me shoot mad.
Well, put your gun up, son.
Not till Paul puts up his gitter.
Well, all right, I'm putting up. Ain't afraid of you, son. I'm just a-putting my gitter up to humor you. It's your birthday.
Yep, it's your birthday, Tigger.
Can't I go over and shoot up them movie kids at the Darlington Ranch, Paul?
No, now them movie kids is having a party today, son. You leave 'em be.
Yes, you sit down and play with your Bowie knife.
Oh, I got me something to play with right here, Ma.
Here. What you doing? Bringing that snake into the house.
Well, yesterday you told me I ought to get a rattle to play with, didn't you?
Yeah, but I further told you to take the rattle out of the snake before you started playing.
Your paw's right, son. Put that snake back in your blouse.
Hey, who all's that coming up the trail?
Yippee! It's the mailman, Paul.
Lord, I hope he's bringing something today.
Last time he come was something about voting on straws for literary indigestion.
I'll let him in, Ma.
Wahoo! Wahoo, Liz! Wahoo, Captain! Wahoo! You got one of your wahoo left over. Right back at you, Pete.
What you got?
Package for Montgomery Robot. There you are, Cactus. I'm a hurry.
So long, Pete.
What is it, Pa? A new catalog? It's the Farmer's Almanac, is it?
No, it's something I got special for Trigger. A surprise for his birthday. I'll open it.
Oh, say, they're leather. There's two of them.
Yippee! They got strings on them. What are they, Paul? Nose bags for calves?
Oh, easy shoes, son. I got 'em for you for a present. Well, ain't no directions with 'em. I'll just put 'em on you haphazard.
You ain't eschewing me, Paul Cactus. I ain't no dude.
I'm putting 'em on you, son. Grab him, Ma. In his arm.
Turn me loose, Ma.
I got you, son.
Yeah, that's right. Hold him, Ma. I'll slip this one on. Here, take your foot out of your pa's mouth, son. Ma, they're both on now. Let him free, Ma.
All right. How do they feel standing, Trigger?
I can't walk, Ma.
Well, you get used to 'em, son. I had to braid your toes to get 'em off.
What? I'll get you for this, Paul.
Oh, you missed him again, Trigger.
I reckon, Ma. But I'll get somebody for this.
Don't you go a shooting up them movie kids.